Welcome to Daily Story, where swipes turn into secrets. Every profile hides a truth, some sweet, some terrifying, and some that should never be told. From awkward first dates to midnight confessions, we bring you stories that blur the line between love and danger. Tonight, you will hear one of them. Are you ready? My terror truly began when the police dismissed my frantic calls, finding no signs of forced entry. My apartment, once my sanctuary, became a cage. Every shadow felt like a lurking presence. Every creak a footstep. I slept with the lights on, if you could call it sleeping, plagued by nightmares of black eyes and whispering voices. I would often wake in a cold sweat, convinced he was there, watching me, sometimes feeling a faint pressure on my chest. The IMY scratched into my window pane was a jagged declaration of ownership, a constant, gnawing reminder that my home and privacy were gone. Driven by a desperate fear, I researched Leo Vance, a name twisted into my worst nightmare. What I found was a chilling pattern grieving women, like me, who had lost someone dear. A man, uncannily resembling their lost loved one, would appear, charm them, and then they would vanish. My blood ran cold as I connected the dots. My experience is the photo of me sleeping. The IMY were a chilling prelude. I was not just being stalked, I was being hunted, the next target in his horrifying game. I tried everything. I changed the locks, installed cheap security cameras, but they never caught anything. The police, of course, were no help, dismissing my increasingly frantic calls as hysteria, demanding evidence I could not provide. Days blurred into weeks. I barely left my apartment, ordering groceries, neglecting work. The outside world felt like a trap, but staying inside was no safer. The walls felt imbued, and they were. I swear they were. Every fiber of the plaster, every splinter in the old wooden floorboards felt like it was soaking up my fear, radiating it back at me. My apartment was not just a cage, it was a living, breathing entity, slowly suffocating me. The air was thick with unspoken threats, the silence broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. I stopped looking at the IMY on the window. It was pointless. I knew it was there. I felt it, a brand on my soul, not just glass. My routine, if you could call it that, became a series of rituals designed to ward off an invisible enemy. I checked the locks a dozen times before bed, pushing against the door with my full weight, as if a flimsy deadbolt could stop the kind of evil I was facing. I taped cheap plastic strips over the gaps around my windows, not to keep out drafts, but to somehow, illogically, make myself feel more secure, less exposed. The cameras, those useless eyes I bought online, just stared blankly at the corners of my rooms, their blinking red lights a mockery of protection. They never caught anything, not a shadow, not a flicker, not even a dust of motif. But I knew he was there. I felt his presence like a cold draft on my skin, even when all the windows were shut. Sleep was a luxury I could no longer afford. When I did drift off, it was into a landscape of nightmares. The black eyes, the whispering voices, they were not just dreams anymore. They felt like memories, like something that had already happened or was happening right now. I would wake up gasping, my chest aching, and the faint pressure I sometimes felt was no longer faint. It was heavy, like someone was pressing down on me, pinning me to the mattress. I would snap awake, heart hammering, eyes darting around the room, expecting to see him. But there was never anyone there. Just the familiar, suffocating walls, the useless cameras, and the mocking glow of a nightlight I now kept plugged in permanently. It was humiliating, a grown woman afraid of the dark. But the darkness was no longer an absence of light, it was a canvas for his presence. Days bled into weeks, then into months. I lost track of time. My job, a remote graphic design position, suffered. I missed deadlines, made excuses, eventually just stopped responding to emails. My savings dwindled. I lived on instant noodles and whatever cheap canned goods I could order online. The delivery drivers would leave the bags outside my door, and I would wait until I heard their footsteps fade down the hall, before cracking open the door, snatching the groceries, and slamming it shut again, as if the outside world was a hungry beast trying to get in. The isolation was crushing. I had not spoken to a friend in ages. My family lived states away, and how could I tell them? Mom, Dad, there's a man who looks like a ghost of my dead fiancé, and he is stalking me and etching "I am wine" to my window, and I think he is going to make me vanish. They would think I was having a breakdown, just like the police. I was utterly, completely alone. One particularly bleak Tuesday, after staring at the same four walls for what felt like an eternity, a desperate thought crept into my mind. I needed a distraction. I needed to feel human again, even for a moment. My phone, which I mostly use for grocery orders and scanning the news for stories about missing women, felt heavy in my hand. I scrolled through apps, my thumb hovering over the familiar icon of a popular dating site. It was a ridiculous idea. Who could I possibly meet? How could I even trust anyone? But the loneliness was a physical ache, almost as bad as the fear. Maybe, just maybe, a brief connection, a few messages, could pull me out of this abyss. It was a foolish, desperate hope, but I clung to it. I updated my profile, carefully selecting photos that did not look too disheveled or terrified. I wrote a vague bio, avoiding any mention of my grief or my current living nightmare. I just wanted to feel normal, even if it was a lie. I swiped a few times, a dull, mechanical motion, feeling nothing but a strange attachment. Then, a match. His name was Mark. His profile picture showed a kind smile, warm eyes, and a slight stubble. He looked normal. He was an architect, loved hiking, and had a dog. His bio was witty, charming, and seemed genuinely interested in connecting. He was not overtly handsome, but there was an honesty in his eyes that was disarming. He was the antithesis of everything I imagined Leo Vance to be. He looked safe. We started messaging. His replies were prompt, thoughtful, and engaging. He asked about my interests, listened when I talked about my work, omitting the part where I had not done any in months, and shared anecdotes about his own life. He had a way of making me feel seen and heard, and for the first time in a long time, almost calm. He even mentioned, in passing, that he would also dealt with loss in his life, and understood how difficult it could be to move on. It felt like a connection, a shared understanding without me having to explain the full, horrifying truth. I found myself looking forward to his messages. They were a tiny crack of light in the overwhelming darkness. I even laughed, a few times, a rusty, unfamiliar sound that startled me. It was a dangerous game. I knew, but the alternative was pure, unadulterated despair. I felt a tiny, almost imperceptible shift in my mental state. The walls still felt imbued, but Mark's messages were like a thin shield, deflecting some of the pervasive dread. One evening, after a particularly long and engaging conversation with Mark, I felt a strange sense of peace. It was fleeting, fragile, but it was there. I decided to do something I had not done in months: scroll through my old IUTB feed. I missed seeing what my friends were up to, even if I could not bring myself to interact. It was a nostalgic, melancholic journey, seeing photos of happier times, of friends I would pushed away. As I scrolled, an old memory popped up on my feed, a friend's birthday party from years ago. I smiled faintly, remembering the carefree joy of that night. Then, something caught my eye. A sponsored post nestled between my friend's updates. It was a memorial page, in loving memory of Sarah Miller. My thumb paused. Sarah Miller. The name did not ring a bell, but something about the photo my breath caught in my throat. The photo. It was me. My face stared back at me from the memorial post. My eyes, my hair, the faint freckle on my cheek. It was a picture I had not even remembered taking. A candid shot from that very birthday party. Laughing, my head thrown back. But it was undeniably, horrifyingly me. My heart slammed against my ribs. A frantic drumbeat of fear. What was this? A sick joke? A glitch? I stare at the screen, my fingers trembling so violently I almost dropped the phone. Sarah Miller. The dates beneath the name indicated she had passed away just a few months ago. My face, her name, her death. I clicked on the post, my mind reeling, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a doppelganger, an uncanny resemblance. But no, the angle, the slight tilt of the head, the way my hair fell with my photo. It had to be. The memorial page was filled with tributes. We miss you. Sarah, gone too soon. Your light shines on. And then I saw them. The comments. Dozens of them. And among them, a familiar profile picture. Mark. My Mark. His comment. Time-stamped just a few weeks ago. Reed still can't believe you are gone, my beautiful Sarah. Every day is a struggle without you. You were everything to me. My blood ran cold, a glacial river through my veins. The world tilted. The air left my lungs. It was not a doppelganger. It was not a glitch. It was him, Leo Vance. He had not just found me, he had already written my ending. He was grieving me, as Sarah Miller, before I was even gone. The sheer, audacious horror of it was incomprehensible. I scrolled through the comments, my eyes blurring with a mixture of fear and disbelief. More comments from Mark. Photos of Sarah with him, photos that were actually me. Photos I did not remember taking with anyone. Photos that must have been taken of me without my knowledge. Perhaps when I was sleeping, perhaps from my own social media. Doctored, twisted. There was one of Sarah and Mark holding hands, walking through a park. I would never been to that park with anyone. It was a composite, a fabrication, a gruesome tapestry woven from stolen moments and lies. He was building a narrative, a history, a future that ended in my disappearance, neatly packaged as a tragic loss. He was not just stalking me, he was erasing me, replacing my identity with a fictional, deceased version of myself. He was turning me into another one of his vanished women, even before the act was complete. The faint pressure on my chest, the whispers of my nightmares, the I'm why on the window, it all clicked into place with sickening clarity. He was not just watching, he was preparing. Preparing for my memorial. Preparing for his performance of grief. Panic seized me, a primal scream trapped in my throat. I could not breathe. My vision tunneled. This was not just a stalker, this was a psychopath, a predator who meticulously crafted his victims' disappearances, turning them into a macabre art form. I tried to call the police again. My fingers fumbled, dialing the familiar non-emergency number. Hello, I need help. It is him. He is using my photos. He is pretending I am dead. My voice was a frantic, hysterical shriek. The dispatcher's voice was calm, annoyingly so. Madam, can you please tell me what the emergency is? Are you in immediate danger? Yes, I am. He is on a dating site. He matched with me, and he has a memorial page for me for Sarah Miller, and it is my face, my pictures. He is planning to make me disappear. A sigh. Madam, we have had several calls from this address. We have investigated your claims of a stalker, and we found no evidence of forced entry or direct threats. Are you saying someone has stolen your identity online? No, he is not stealing my identity. He is pre-mourning me. He is Leo Vance. He makes women vanish. You have to believe me. Madam, please try to remain calm. We can't act on online posts without concrete evidence of crime or immediate threat. If you believe your photos are being used without your permission, you can report it to the social media platform. If you have evidence of a direct threat to your safety, please provide it. The IMY on my window, the photo of me sleeping, that is evidence. I was sobbing now, tears streaming down my face, hot and stinging. Madam, as we have discussed, those incidents could not be substantiated as evidence of a crime. We need more than a scratch window and a photo that could be a self-portrait or a prank. We need proof of a direct threat or a physical encounter. They were not going to help. They never would. I hung up the phone, my hand shaking so hard it rattled against the receiver. I was truly, utterly alone. The police were useless. My friends were estranged. My family was too far away. I looked at the memorial page again, at my own smiling face, now a symbol of a death that had not happened yet. My match, Mark, the man who had brought a sliver of false hope into my life, was Leo Vance. He had wormed his way in, not through my window, but through my loneliness, through my desperate need for connection. He was playing a game, and I was the unsuspecting pawn. I could not stay here. Not another minute. The apartment, once a cage, now felt like a tomb. He knew where I was. He had been watching me, probably for months, meticulously gathering photos, crafting his narrative. He had the "I'm why" on the window. He had a picture of me sleeping. And now he had a memorial page, ready to be finalized once I was gone. I had to get out. I did not know where to go, but anywhere was better than here. The outside world might be a trap, but at least it was a trap I could run in. Inside, I was just waiting for him to spring it. My mind raced, a frantic kaleidoscope of possibilities. I could not take much. A small bag, essentials, my phone charged, money, but where? A hotel. He would find me. A friend's house. They would not believe me, and I could not risk putting them in danger. I needed to disappear, just like his other victims, but on my own terms. I needed to become a ghost, not a memorial. I grabbed my backpack, stuffing a few changes of clothes, my wallet, and my phone inside. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely zip it up. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren, sent a jolt of ice through me. Was he already here? Was he watching me pack? Had he been waiting for this moment, for me to finally try to flee? I crept to the door, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I paused, listening. Silence. A heavy, pregnant silence, thick with unspoken menace. I imagined his eyes on me, black and cold, watching my every move. The faint pressure on my chest returned, a phantom weight, pressing me down, telling me to stay, to surrender. No, I would not. I slowly, meticulously, unlocked the deadbolt. The click echoed in the silent apartment like a gunshot. I gripped the doorknob, my palms sweating. My fingers brushed against the cold metal, and for a split second, I almost froze. What if he was right outside? What if this was exactly what he wanted? I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to calm my racing mind. I had to be brave. I had to fight. This was not just about escaping, it was about reclaiming myself, proving that I was still here, still alive, despite his grim predictions. I twisted the knob and pulled the door open, just a crack. My eyes darted up and down the empty hallway. Nothing, just the dim, flickering light of communal hallway lamp. The air outside my apartment felt different, thinner, less suffocating. It was still scary, but it was a different kind of scary. A fear of the unknown, not the fear of an unseen, omnipresent predator in my own home. I pushed the door open wider, slipping out as quietly as a shadow. I did not even bother to lock it behind me. What was the point? He already had the key to my life, whether physical or metaphorical. I started walking, trying to appear casual, normal, like any other resident leaving their apartment. My backpack felt heavy, a burden of fear and desperation. I walked past the elevator, opting for the stairs, needing the exertion, needing to feel my muscles work, to feel alive. Each step down the concrete stairwell was an effort, my legs feeling like lead. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3. The stale air of the stairwell, usually just an inconvenience, now felt like freedom. I could hear my ragged breathing, the frantic thumping of my heart. I was almost there, almost out. As I reached the ground floor, Pushing open the heavy fire door to the lobby, a figure emerged from behind the fake potted plant near the entrance. My blood froze. It was Mark, but it was not the kind, smiling Mark from the dating profile. This Mark had eyes that were cold, devoid of warmth, almost black. They were the eyes from my nightmares. The smile was gone, replaced by a neutral, almost expectant expression. He stood there, perfectly still, blocking the main exit, leaving so soon. His voice was soft, silken, entirely devoid of surprise. It was the voice of a man who had been waiting. My mind screamed. He knew. He always knew. Every interaction, every message, every false sense of security, it had all been a performance. A cruel, elaborate trap. I tried to turn, to run back up the stairs, but he was too fast. He moved with an unsettling fluidity, stepping between me and the stairwell door. He was not rushing, not lunging, just positioning himself. Like a chess player making a decisive move. "We had such a good chat tonight," he said, his voice still unerringly calm, a stark contrast to the terror seizing my body. I thought we were really connecting. My mouth was dry. I could not speak. My entire body was trembling. This was it. The moment I had dreaded. The moment he stopped being a shadow and became real. "You found Sarah's memorial, did not you?" he asked, a faint, almost imperceptible tilt to his head. "I was wondering how long it would take you. You are clever, just like I thought." He took a step closer. I instinctively recoiled, bumping against the lobby wall. My backpack slipped from my shoulder, clattering to the floor, its contents spilling out a few clothes, my wallet, my phone. My phone. My only connection to a world that did not believe me. He glanced down at the phone, then back at me, still trying to call for help. They won't come. They never do. They do not understand. They do not understand what it is to truly care for someone, to want to keep them safe, to make sure they are never hurt again. His words were twisted, a horrifying parody of affection. He was not trying to hurt me. He was trying to save me, to protect me by making me vanish, by turning me into another Sarah. I found my voice, a raspy whisper. "You are Leo Vance." He smiled in a slow, chilling smile that did not reach his eyes. "Some people call me that. Others call me Mark. But you can call me yours." He reached out a hand, his fingers long and pale. I flinched, pressing myself further into the wall, my breath catching in my throat. He was not touching me, not yet, but the air around him crackled with a palpable, predatory energy. "Do not worry," he said, his voice dropping to a low, comforting tone that was far more terrifying than any shout. "It won't hurt. You will be safe. You will be with all the others. And I will make sure everyone remembers you. Just like Sarah. Just like Emily. Just like Jessica. They all loved their memorials. They loved knowing they were finally at peace." His words were a final, sickening confirmation. He was not just a stalker. He was a collector, a morbid artist, turning grief into a monument to his own twisted desires. My eyes darted around the lobby. The front door was too far. The stairwell was behind him. There was a small service door to the side, probably to the building's utilities. It was my only chance. As he took another slow, deliberate step towards me, his eyes fixed on mine with an unnerving intensity. I lunged, not at him, but past him, towards the service door. My hand slapped against the metal bar, pushing it open with a desperate surge of adrenaline. He reacted instantly, a blur of motion. His hand shot out, grabbing my arm, his grip surprisingly strong like steel. "No, no, darling," he murmured, his voice losing its calm edge, a hint of something darker, possessive, entering it. "We can't have you running off." I screamed, a raw, guttural sound of pure terror, and twisted, pulling with all my might. The strap of my shirt tore, but his grip held fast. I kicked, thrashing, my nails scrabbling at his arm. He did not flinch. did not even seem to register the pain. His eyes, those black, depthless eyes, were fixed on me, a hunter's gaze. "You are making this harder than it needs to be," he said, his voice tightening, losing its gentle pretense. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my arm as he pulled me closer, his other hand reaching for my waist. I knew, with absolute certainty, that if he got his other hand on me, it was over. I would be another Sarah, another memorial post, another vanished woman. With a final, desperate surge of strength, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror, I brought my knee up, aiming for his groin. It connected with a sickening thud. He gasped, a sharp, involuntary sound, and his grip momentarily loosened. It was all I needed. I tore free, stumbling through the service door, slamming it shut behind me. I did not even know where I was going, just that it was away from him. I found myself in a narrow, dimly lit corridor, smelling of dust and disinfectant. Pipes ran along the ceiling, hissing faintly. I did not look back. I just ran. I heard a muffled thud from the other side of the door. He was coming. I burst through another door, finding myself in the building's underground parking garage. The vast, concrete space was eerily silent, filled with the shadows of parked cars. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. I could hear his footsteps behind me, echoing in the cavernous space. He was not running, not yet. He was walking, a slow, deliberate pace, like he knew I could not escape. My eyes darted around, searching for an exit, a hiding place. There, an emergency exit door at the far end, glowing faintly. It was a long run. I sprinted, my breath tearing my lungs, the sound of my own footsteps amplified in the silence. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe, taking on the shape of him. I could feel his presence, a cold dread creeping up my spine. "You can't outrun me," his voice echoed, calm and chilling, bouncing off the concrete walls. "I will always find you. I always do." I did not answer. I just ran, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. The emergency exit seemed to recede with every step, an impossible distance. I risked a glance over my shoulder. He was there, emerging from the shadows, his silhouette stark against the dim light, still walking, still calm. He was not tired. He was not even breathing heavily. He was a machine, a relentless predator. I reached the emergency exit, fumbling with the bar. It pushed open with a loud clank, revealing a narrow alleyway, dark and grimy. I burst out, gasping for air, gulping down the cold night air. The city's sounds, once a source of anxiety, now felt like a lifeline. I did not know where I was going, but I had to keep moving. I ran down the alley, my shoes skidding on the damp asphalt. My mind was a whirlwind of terror and desperation. He was coming. He was always coming. I could hear the emergency exit door clank open behind me. His footsteps, now a little faster, followed. I glanced back again. He was there, a dark figure at the mouth of the alley, his eyes glinting in the faint streetlights. He was smiling again, that same chilling, possessive smile. I ran faster, pushing my body to its absolute limit. I had to disappear. Not into a memorial, not into his twisted narrative, but into the anonymity of a city. I had to become a ghost he could not find, a woman who simply ceased to exist, not at his hands, but by my own will. The alley opened onto a busy street. Taxis whizzed by, cars honked, people walked, oblivious. I plunged into the crowd, weaving through pedestrians, a desperate, frantic blur. I did not know if I was safe. I did not know if I would ever be truly safe again. But I was running, and for now, that was enough. I did not dare look back. I just kept running. The image of my face on that memorial page burned into my mind, a chilling promise of a future I refused to accept. The whispers of my nightmares, the faint pressure on my chest, they were still there, but now they were mixed with the exhilarating, terrifying taste of freedom. I was alive, and I would fight to stay that way, even if it meant living in the shadows, constantly looking over my shoulder, forever haunted by the man who had tried to write my eulogy before I had even lived my life. The hunt was not over. It had just begun. My terror did not end with the police dismissing my frantic calls. It only just began. Their words echoed in my ears, cold and unfeeling, no signs of forced entry. Madam, we can't do anything. As if a lock or a window could stop the kind of evil that had already slipped into my life, into my bed, into my most intimate space. My apartment, once my sanctuary, became a cage. Every shadow was a lurking presence. Every creak of the floorboards a footstep. I started sleeping with the lights on, if you could even call it sleeping. My nights were a swirling vortex of nightmares, black eyes staring from the darkness, whispering voices that slithered into my ears, always just out of reach, always just beyond comprehension. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs, convinced he was there in the room, watching me. Sometimes, I would swear I could feel a faint pressure on my chest, like a ghost hand or the phantom weight of someone leaning over me. The imwise scratched into my window pane, a jagged declaration of ownership, felt less like a threat and more like a promise. A promise that he was always near, always watching. It was a constant, gnawing reminder that my home was not mine anymore. My privacy had been obliterated, driven by a desperate, primal fear. I would spend countless hours hunched over my laptop, a blanket pulled tight around me even in the middle of the day, researching Leo Vance, the name that had been given to me by a fleeting, hopeful memory of Mark, only to be twisted into a symbol of my worst nightmare. What I found was a chilling, horrifying pattern. It was a rabbit hole that led me deeper and deeper into a dark reality I wished I could unsee. Grieving women. Always women who had lost someone dear, someone they loved deeply. And then a man, uncannily resembling their lost loved one, would appear. He would charm them, ease their pain, offer connection they desperately craved. And then they would vanish, without a trace. Their stories were scattered across obscure forums, old news articles, missing person reports that had long since gone cold. The details were eerily consistent. The same kind of man, the same kind of victims, the same agonizing silence after they disappeared. My experiences, from a photo of me sleeping to the imwi on my window, were a chilling prelude to this pattern. I was a grieving woman. Mark was gone, and Leo was here. My blood ran cold as I connected the dots. I was not just being stalked, I was being hunted. I was the next target in his horrifying game. I tried everything. I changed the locks, even though I knew it was futile. If he could get into my apartment without forced entry once, he could do it again. I installed cheap security cameras, pointed at my front door and windows, but they never caught anything. Just empty hallways, silent streets, and the occasional flutter of a bird. It was as if he knew exactly where the blind spots were, or he simply vanished into thin air whenever the lens was pointed his way. The police, of course, were no help. My calls became more frantic, my stories more unbelievable. They started treating me like a nuisance, a hysterical woman grieving too much, imagining things. Madam, we need evidence, they would say, their voices laced with thinly veiled impatience. We can't just send officers out on a feeling. A feeling. It was a terror that had taken root in my bones. A certainty that was as real as the air I breathed. Days blurred into weeks. I barely left my apartment. Groceries were ordered online, delivered to my door. Work became a distant memory. I called in sick, so often I was sure I was on the verge of being fired. But what was a job when your life was on the line? The outside world felt like a trap, every stranger a potential threat. Every car that slowed on the street a sign of his presence. But staying inside was not safe either. The walls felt like they were closing in, imbued with his unseen gaze. I started seeing things in my peripheral vision, a fleeting shadow, a flicker of movement only for it to vanish when I turned my head. My nerves were frayed, my mind a constant, Sometimes I look back at everything that happened, and it feels less like a series of unfortunate events and more like a carefully orchestrated descent into madness. Like the universe just decided I had not suffered enough, and it was not done with me yet. After the whole Daniel situation, I was a wreck, a complete, utter mess. The white lilies, the card in his handwriting, it was like a punch to the gut, then a kick to the head while I was down. I spent days locked in my apartment, jumping at every shadow, every unexpected notification on my phone. My therapist, Dr. Evans, practically had to drag me out of bed. She kept insisting it was a sophisticated scam, a cruel, elaborate prank designed to exploit my grief. She talked about catfishing and social engineering, but how could a scammer know about Giacomo's, my blue floral dress, the lasagna? How could they replicate Daniel's handwriting so perfectly, or know about that specific, rare orchid? I tried to believe her. I really did. I deleted every single social media account I had, changed my number, even briefly considered moving. But the image of Adam, that face, it haunted my dreams. Was it Daniel? Was I really losing my mind, seeing ghosts where there were none? The terror was not just about him being back. It was about the possibility that my grief had finally pushed me over the edge into delusion. Eventually, the calls and messages stopped. The deliveries ceased. The silence was almost as terrifying as the intrusion, leaving me in a state of hypervigilance, constantly waiting for the other shoe to drop. Dr. Evans said it was a good sign that the perpetrator had likely moved on or realized I was no longer an easy target. She pushed me to reconnect with the world, to find a sense of normalcy again. My friends, bless their hearts, were equally insistent. They would drag me out for coffee, for walks in the park, anything to get me out of my apartment. But every time I saw a man who even remotely resembled Daniel, my heart would seize up. Every stranger who glanced my way felt like a potential threat. It took months of therapy, of small, agonizing steps back into a semblance of life. I redecorated my apartment, bought new furniture, even changed the color of my hair. Anything to shed the skin of the Emily who had been so utterly broken. I even got a new phone, a new number, and after much deliberation, convinced myself to try a different dating app. Not Horizon. Never Horizon again. This one was called Connect. It sounded safer, somehow. More mundane. Less like an abyss. My profile was sparse. A couple of recent, cheerful photos. Carefully curated to show I was smiling, but not too happy. My bio was brief, looking for genuine connection and good conversation. I was trying to be open, but also guarded. The Daniel incident had left me with a deep, festering scar, a constant thrum of anxiety beneath the surface. I swiped left on anyone who looked even remotely like him, anyone with too intense a gaze, anyone whose profile seemed too good to be true. I was looking for average, for normal, for safe. That is when I matched with Mark. His profile was unremarkable, which, for me, was a good thing. He was maybe in his late 30s, early 40s. Brown hair, neatly cut, kind eyes, a slight smile that did not quite reach them, but did not look fake either. His pictures were of him hiking, a blurry one with a dog, another at a local coffee shop. His bio mentioned a love for indie films, cooking, and quiet nights in. He was an accountant, which sounded stable, boring even. Perfect. Our initial messages were pleasant, if a little dry. He asked about my interests. I asked about his. He seemed genuinely interested, not overly eager or pushy. We talked about books we would read, places we would travel. It felt normal. So normal, in fact, that I started to let my guard down just a little. The constant thrum of anxiety began to recede, replaced by a cautious optimism. Maybe, just maybe this was it. A fresh start. After about a week of messaging, he suggested we meet for coffee. A public place during the day. Excellent. Safety first. I picked a bustling cafe downtown, a place I knew well. He arrived on time, dressed casually but neatly. He was a little taller than I expected, with a gentle demeanor. His voice was soft, almost a murmur, but easy to listen to. We talked for nearly 2 hours. He was a good listener, asking thoughtful questions and seeming genuinely engaged. He told me about his work, about his dog, Max, a scruffy terrier mix, and about his love for old black and white movies. He did not pry about my past, did not ask awkward questions about why I was single or what my last relationship was like. He just listened and smiled. I left that coffee date feeling a lightness I had not experienced in years. It was not fireworks, not a grand, sweeping romance, but it was safe. It was normal, and after everything I had been through, normal felt like a miracle. We went on 2 more dates that week. Dinner at a quiet Italian place, not Giacomo's. Thank God, and a walk in the park with Max, his dog. Max was adorable, a fluffy bundle of energy that made me laugh for the first time in what felt like forever. Mark seemed to genuinely enjoy my company, and I his. He was attentive without being overbearing, respectful without being distant. He never tried to rush things, never made me feel uncomfortable. By our 4th date, a Friday night, I was starting to feel a genuine connection. We would go on to see an indie film he would recommended, a quiet, thought-provoking drama. Afterwards, as we were walking back to our cars, he hesitated. "Hey," he said, his voice a little softer than usual. "It is still pretty early. I was thinking of making some tea, maybe putting on an old movie. Would you want to come back to my place for a bit?" My heart did a little flutter. This was it, the next step, and for the first time in a long time, I did not feel a surge of panic. I felt intrigued. He would built up enough trust. He seemed like a genuinely good guy. I thought about DR. Evan's words about needing to put myself out there, to trust again. "Sure," I said, a small smile playing on my lips. Tea and a movie sounds nice. His place was about a 15-minute drive from the cinema, tucked away in a quiet, tree-lined suburban street. It was a modest 2-story house, a little older, with a small, well-kept garden. Nothing fancy, nothing to suggest anything out of the ordinary. The kind of house you would pass by every day without a second glance. Inside, it was tidy if a bit sparse. A comfortable-looking sofa, a large flat-screen TV, shelves filled with books and DVDs. The air smelled faintly of lemon polish and something vaguely masculine, like Old Spice. It felt lived in, normal. "Make yourself at home," Mark said, gesturing toward the sofa. "I will just put the kettle on. Milk and sugar. Just a splash of milk, please," I replied, taking off my coat and draping it over the back of a chair. I glanced around, taking in the details. A framed photo on a side table caught my eye. Mark, looking younger, with an older couple who I assumed were his parents. Another of him and Max. All perfectly innocuous. He disappeared into the kitchen, and I heard the clatter of mugs, the gurgle of water being poured. I walked over to the bookshelf, scanning the titles. Mostly classics, some thrillers, a few cookbooks. My eyes drifted to a small, enclosed display case on a lower shelf, filled with what looked like old cameras. Vintage SLRs, rangefinders, a couple of antique-looking box cameras. "Oh, you collect cameras," I called out, genuinely curious. Mark reappeared, holding 2 steaming mugs. "Yeah, a bit of a hobby," he said, handing me mine. "Always been fascinated by photography. The history of it, you know, capturing a moment in time. That is really cool," I said, taking a sip of my tea. It was perfectly made. I have always wanted to learn how to use a proper camera, not just my phone. He smiled. "Maybe I could teach you sometime." We settled onto the sofa, a comfortable distance between us. He put on an old Humphrey Bogart movie, something I had not seen before. The soft glow of the screen, the warmth of the tea, the quiet of the house, it was all so cozy, so peaceful. I found myself relaxing, truly relaxing, for the first time in ages. This was what normal felt like. This was what healing felt like. About halfway through the movie, Mark excused himself to use the restroom. Just a minute, he said, getting up, be right back. I nodded, my eyes still on the screen. The movie was starting to get really good, but as the silence settled again, a strange feeling began to creep over me. It was not panic, not yet, more like a faint whisper of unease, a tiny prickle on the back of my neck. I shifted on the sofa, trying to shake it off. Just nerves. I told myself. First time at a new guy's place. Totally normal. My gaze drifted around the room again, taking in the details I had not noticed before. On the wall opposite the TV, above a small, dark wooden console table, there was a gallery of framed photos, black and white prints, mostly landscapes and cityscapes. They were well shot, artistic even. I admired his talent. But then, my eyes snagged on one particular photo. It was a street scene, an old brick building, a coffee shop with an awning. And in the foreground, blurred slightly by the movement, was a woman. She was wearing a familiar blue floral dress. Her hair was lighter, but the posture, the way she was holding a book, my breath caught in my throat. It looked like me, but it could not be. The dress was similar to one I owned, but I had not worn it in ages. And it was black and white, so the blue would not show. It was just a coincidence, a trick of the light, my mind playing games. I stood up, slowly, drawn to the photo like a moth to a flame. As I got closer, the details became clearer. The woman was indeed holding a book. It was my copy of Where the Crawdads Sing, the one I would have been reading at a cafe downtown just a few weeks ago. The one I would post about on my old Instagram before I deleted everything. A cold knot began to form in my stomach. This was not a coincidence. This was too specific. I scanned the other photos on the wall, my heart starting to pound a little faster. Another landscape, then a shot of a park bench. And sitting on that bench, facing away, was a woman with long, light brown hair, wearing a distinctive scarf. It was a scarf my friend Sarah had knitted for me, the one I wore on our walks in the park. My hands felt clammy. This was not right. This was not normal. My eyes darted to the console table beneath the photos. There was a stack of magazines, a small potted plant, and tucked beneath the plant, almost hidden, was a loose photo. It was not framed. It was a glossy 5x7 print, face down. A terrible, insistent urge compelled me to pick it up. My fingers trembled as I reached for it, my mind screaming at me to stop, to leave it alone, but my body moved on its own. I flipped it over. And then a scream caught in my throat, trapped behind a wall of pure, unadulterated terror. It was me, sitting at my kitchen table, nursing a cup of coffee, looking tired, my hair a mess, my apartment, my kitchen, the window in the background, the one that faced the street. The photo was taken from outside. Through my window, the date stamped subtly in the corner of the print 3 weeks ago, before I even matched with Mark, before I even thought about dating again. My entire body went rigid. The air in the room suddenly felt thick, suffocating. My tea mug, still warm in my hand, felt like a dead weight. My gaze darted around the room frantically, seeing it with new, horrified eyes. The camera collection, his hobby. I started pulling at the framed photos on the wall, my fingers fumbling with the clips. The street scene, the park bench, they were just the tip of the iceberg. Behind them, hidden from casual view, were more, dozens more. Photos of me, not just me, but my life. Me, walking into the grocery store, pushing a cart. Me, laughing with Sarah at our favorite coffee shop. Me, getting gas in my car, completely unaware. Me in my garden, pruning roses, wearing an old t-shirt and gardening gloves. These were not photos from my social media. These were candid, invasive, taken from a distance or through glass. And then I saw it, tucked behind a landscape photo of a distant mountain range. A picture that made my blood run absolutely, completely cold. It was me at Daniel's grave, my head bowed, a single white lily clutched in my hand, the same white lilies that had been delivered to my door. The photo was taken from behind a tree, partially obscured, but there was no mistaking it. The date on that photo was almost a year ago, right around the time the first wave of Daniel, his back horrors began. This was not just a stalker. This was not just some random creep who found my dating profile. This was someone who had been watching me, observing me, documenting my life for months, years even. Someone who knew about Daniel, about the lilies, about the orchid. Someone who knew my grief, the previous nightmare, the Daniel messages, the deliveries. I had dismissed them as a sophisticated scam. But what if they were not? What if it was him? This man, Mark, with his kind eyes and his quiet voice, who collected old cameras and loved indie films. What if he had been the one pulling the strings all along, observing my reaction, feeding my grief, then presenting himself as a comforting, normal antidote to the very chaos he had orchestrated? My mind raced, try and put the pieces together, try to find a logical explanation for this grotesque display. But there was none, only a chilling, overwhelming sense of violation and danger. I had to get out. Now, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I could hear the faint sound of the toilet flushing from upstairs. He was coming back. Any second now. My eyes darted to the front door. It was only a few feet away. My coat was still draped over a chair. My purse was on the floor beside it. I needed to grab them, needed to get out. My legs felt like lead, heavy and unresponsive. I forced myself to move, to take one shaky step, then another, towards a door. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside, sounded like a giant's footsteps. Emily, Mark's voice, soft and calm, echoed from the top of the stairs. Everything okay down there? You look a little pale. I froze. My hand was inches from the doorknob. I had not made it. I slowly turned, forcing a smile that felt like it would crack my face. My heart was in my throat, choking me. Oh, hey. I croaked, try to sound casual. Yeah, just admiring your photography. You are really good. He descended the stairs, his movements unhurried, his expression unreadable. He had a slight, knowing smile on his face. Not the kind, gentle smile from before, but something else. Something cold. You found my little gallery, he said, his voice a low murmur. He gestured towards a wall, toward the photos I had just uncovered. I was wondering how long it would take you. My blood ran cold. He knew. He knew I would found them. He had not just left them there by accident. He had wanted me to see them. This was a game. A sick, twisted game. They are very personal. I managed, my voice trembling despite my best efforts to control it. Some of these, they are of me. In my apartment. He chuckled softly, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. Yes, they are. You are a fascinating subject. Emily, so much depth, so much emotion, especially when you are grieving. The word grieving hit me like a physical blow. He knew about Daniel. He knew about everything. How long? I whispered, my eyes fixed on his, searching for any flicker of humanity, any sign that this was all a misunderstanding. There was none, only a chilling calmness. He walked past me, toward the console table, and picked up the loose photo of me at my kitchen table. He turned it over in his hand, admiring it. Oh, a while now. A few years, actually. Ever since I first saw you at the farmer's market. You were buying those organic blueberries. Remember? You had this bright blue scarf on. You just stood out. My mind flashed back. A farmer's market years ago. Before Daniel. Before everything. This was not a recent obsession. This was a long, Meticulously planned campaign. You are the one. I said, the words barely a breath. The messages, the lilies, the orchid. He looked up, a hint of something that might have been pride in his eyes. I knew you were smart. Emily, I knew you would put it together eventually. Took you a bit longer than I expected, though. You were quite distracted by your grief. He paused, his gaze lingering on my face. It was quite beautiful to watch. You know, that raw, unfiltered sadness. So pure. My stomach churned. This was not just creepy, it was utterly depraved. He had not just watched me, he had enjoyed my pain. He had engineered some of it. Why? I asked, my voice barely audible. Why are you doing this? He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping into the front door. The doorknob felt cold against my back. Because you are perfect. Emily, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. You are everything I have ever wanted. And I knew, with a little persuasion, you would eventually come to me. You just needed to be ready. I am not ready. I said, finding a sliver of strength, a desperate urge to fight back. I am leaving. I reached behind me, my hand fumbling for the doorknob. It was locked. My blood ran cold. I tugged again, harder. Nothing. Mark chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, Emily, you are not going anywhere. Not yet. We have so much more to talk about. So much more time to make up for. He took another step, closing the distance between us. His eyes, which had seemed kind just hours ago, were now devoid of warmth, replaced by a terrifying, predatory glint. The small, unassuming house suddenly felt like a cage, a tomb. Panic flared, hot and blinding. I had to get out. I had to, without thinking. I lunged, not for the door, but for the nearest window. It was a large bay window, overlooking the front garden. If I could just break it, scream, someone might hear me. But Mark was faster. He moved with a terrifying swiftness, grabbing my arm before I could reach the glass. His grip was surprisingly strong, like steel bands around my wrist. "Nuh-uh," he murmured, his face inches from mine, his breath warm and sickly sweet. "We are not doing that. Emily, we are going to talk. And then we are going to watch the rest of the movie. Together." I struggled, twisting and pulling, but he held me tight. His strength was overwhelming. He began to drag me away from the window, back toward the center of the room, towards a sofa, towards the flickering light of the television screen. "Let go of me," I screamed, a raw, primal sound that echoed in the quiet house. I kicked out, aiming for his shin, but he anticipated it, shifting his weight. Now. "Emily," he said, his voice still unnervingly calm, despite my struggling. "No need for dramatics. We are just getting acquainted." He was much stronger than he looked. He pinned my arms behind my back with one hand. His other hand covered my mouth, muffling my desperate cries. His grip was so tight it made my teeth ache. My mind raced, searching for an escape, any escape. My eyes darted around the room. The fireplace poker, the heavy lamp, anything. He dragged me toward the sofa, forcing me down onto the cushions. My tea mug lay shattered on the floor, unnoticed, a dark puddle spreading across the rug. His hand remained clamped over my mouth, preventing me from screaming. I could feel his breath on my ear as he leaned in close. "You know," he whispered, his voice a chilling caress. "I even sent you the orchid, the one Daniel cherished. I knew it would get your attention. It is the little details that make all the difference. Do not you think?" My body shuddered uncontrollably. He was not just a stalker, he was a manipulator, a puppeteer, pulling the strings of my grief, orchestrating my nightmares. The Daniel incident was not a scam. It was him. He released his hand from my mouth, but his other arm was still wrapped around me, holding me firmly against the sofa. I gasped for air, my throat raw. Please. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. Please, just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I promise. He shook his head slowly, a sad, almost regretful expression on his face. Oh, Emily, you do not understand. This is just the beginning. We have so much time now, so much to share. All those years I watched you, all those moments I captured now, we can create new ones. Together. He tightened his grip, pulling me closer. His eyes were fixed on the TV screen, where the black and white movie continued to play, oblivious to the horror unfolding in the living room. I felt a cold, sharp object press against my side, just beneath my ribs. I could not see what it was, but the sensation was unmistakable. A knife. Just relax. Emily, he whispered, his voice dangerously soft. It is going to be wonderful. You will see. No more loneliness. No more grief. Just us. Forever. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. The world spun. This was not a nightmare I could wake up from. This was real, and I was trapped. I closed my eyes, a single, silent scream echoing in the confines of my mind. The smell of lemon polish and Old Spice filled my nostrils, mingling with the metallic tang of fear. The movie played on, the faint, tinny dialogue of old Hollywood actors filling the room, a chilling soundtrack to my final, terrifying realization I had walked right into the monster's lair, believing I was finally finding my way out of the darkness. But all I had done was step into an even deeper, more inescapable abyss. And no one knew where I was. No one was coming for me. So, there I was, swiping through Tinder, just like any other Tuesday evening. My life was not exactly a thrill ride. You know, work, gym, maybe a sad frozen dinner. I was looking for something. Anything. A distraction, a laugh, maybe even a genuine connection. Mostly, I was just bored. That is when I saw him. Mark. His profile picture was got a nice smile, kind eyes, looked like he could hold a conversation. He had a few pictures with a dog, which, let's be honest, is usually a good sign. His bio was short, witty, nothing alarming. So, I swiped right, and to my surprise, it was an instant match. He messaged me right away. Hey, Sarah, great to match with you. Your profile caught my eye. Standard stuff, but he seemed genuine. We chatted for a bit, a couple of hours, actually. He was engaging, funny, and surprisingly easy to talk to. He suggested we meet up for dinner that Friday. I agreed. What could go wrong, right? It was just dinner. Friday rolled around. I'd picked out a cute but casual outfit. Did my hair, the usual pre-date routine. I was a little nervous, but mostly optimistic. He suggested a new Italian place downtown that I would be meaning to try. Good choice. Mark. Good choice. I got there a few minutes early, found a table, and waited. He walked in right on time, exactly as he looked in his pictures, maybe even a little better in person. He had this intense way of looking at you, but it felt charming at first, like he was really seeing you. He smiled a warm, genuine smile and pulled out my chair. Sarah, it is great to finally meet you. The date itself was fine. It was good, actually. We talked about everything, our jobs, our hobbies, silly travel stories. He listened intently, rarely interrupted, and asked thoughtful questions. He even made me laugh a few times. He seemed a little serious at times, like there was something deep behind his eyes, but I chalked it up to him being a thoughtful guy. When the waiter brought the check, he insisted on paying, even though I offered to split it. A gentleman. We walked out of the restaurant. The cool night air a welcome contrast to the warmth inside. We stood there for a moment, just outside the entrance, a comfortable silence settling between us. He looked at me, that intense gaze again. I had a really wonderful time tonight. Sarah, me too. Mark, I said, and I meant it. He took a step closer, and for a second, I thought he was going to kiss me. My heart gave a little flutter, but he just smiled, that same warm smile, and said, I would really like to see you again. I would like that too. I replied. He nodded, then turned and walked away, disappearing into the city night. I watched him go, feeling a pleasant buzz. Maybe this was not just a distraction after all. Maybe this was something. I walked home, humming a little tune, already looking forward to his text. I woke up the next morning feeling refreshed. Sunlight streamed through my window, hitting the exact same spot on my duvet. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. I reached for it, expecting a good morning text from Mark or maybe a message from my friend, Jessica, asking how the date went. It was a Tinder notification. From Mark. My stomach did a little flip. That was weird. Had he unmatched me and then matched me again? Or maybe it was just a delayed notification from yesterday. I opened Tinder. There it was. A brand new message from him. Hey, Sarah, great to match with you. Your profile caught my eye. My brow furrowed. That was exactly what he would sent yesterday. Word for word. I scrolled up. Our entire conversation from yesterday was gone. My chat with him was completely blank, save for this new, identical message. Okay, that was definitely weird. I closed Tinder, reopened it. Still the same. I checked my other messages. Jessica had texted me, asking if I was free for coffee on Saturday. My alarm was set for 7 a.m. Everything else was normal. I shook my head. Must be a glitch with the app. Or maybe I was just tired and misremembering things. My mind felt a little foggy, like I would had a really vivid dream that was now blurring into reality. I decided to just ignore the Tinder message for now. I would deal with it later. I went about my day. Saturday, running errands, cleaning my apartment. But a nagging feeling persisted. That message, it felt too exact. By evening, I was feeling restless. I picked up my phone again. The Tinder notification was still there. I opened it. Mark's profile was there. Same pictures, same bio. And that same message, sitting at the top of an empty chat history. Hey, Sarah, great to match with you. Your profile caught my eye. A shiver ran down my spine. This was not a glitch. This was something else. But what? I decided to just play along. Maybe he would delete his account and remade it, and our chat history got wiped. It was a stretch, but it was the only rational explanation I could come up with. I messaged him back. Hey, Mark. Good to match with you too. How's your Saturday going? He replied almost instantly. It has been pretty good. Just relaxing. How about you? Your profile mentioned you like hiking. Any good trails around here? My blood ran cold. This was exactly how our first conversation had started yesterday. Exactly. The same questions, the same timing. I typed back, my fingers trembling slightly. Yeah, I love hiking. There's a great trail near the river. I found myself typing out the exact same description I had given him yesterday. He suggested dinner. Again, the same Italian place. Again, Friday. I felt a cold dread settle in my stomach. This was too much. This was not coincidence, it was repetition. This was a repeat. I went to bed that night feeling a profound sense of unease. I tried to convince myself it was a coincidence, a prank, anything but what my gut was screaming. I woke up. Sunlight streamed through my window, hitting the exact same spot on my duvet. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. Tinder notification. From Mark. Hey, Sarah, great to match with you. Your profile caught my eye. My heart hammered against my ribs. No. This was not happening. I sat bolt upright, staring at my phone as if it were a venomous snake. It was Friday again, the same Friday as before. My alarm was set for 7 a.m. Jessica's text about coffee on Saturday was gone, replaced by a text asking if I wanted to grab drinks tonight. I was reliving the day, the same day. Panic clawed at my throat. I jumped out of bed, my mind racing. I had to stop it. I had to break the cycle. First, I would not go on the date. Simple. I would block Mark, delete Tinder, throw my phone in the river, anything. I opened Tinder, found Mark's profile, and hit unmatch. A little pop-up asked, "Are you sure you want to unmatch Mark?" I slammed yes. Then I deleted the Tinder app from my phone. Good. Done. I spent the day trying to act normal, but my nerves were frayed. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. I checked my other apps, my calendar. Everything was exactly as it had been on that first Friday. My work emails were the same. My to-do list was identical. It was like the entire world had reset, except for my memory. Around 5 p.m., my phone rang. Unknown number. I hesitated, then answered. "Hello, Sarah. It is Mark." His voice was smooth, a little deeper than I remembered, but unmistakably him. "I was just calling to confirm our dinner plans tonight. The Italian place, right?" My blood ran cold. "Mark," I stammered. "How did you get my number?" He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, I have my ways. Do not worry about it. So, 7 o'clock, right? I am really looking forward to it." Before I could even formulate a response, he hung up. I stared at my phone, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. He knew. Somehow he knew, and I could not escape. I found myself back at the Italian restaurant at 7. I do not know how I got there. It was like my body was on autopilot, moving against my will. Every step felt heavy, every breath shallow. I saw him sitting at the table we had before, smiling, the same smile, the same intense gaze. "Sarah, you made it," he said, standing up. "I was just starting to think you might bail on me." He pulled out my chair. I sat down, my mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. "Mark," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "What is happening?" He tilted his head, his smile unwavering. "What do you mean?" "Sarah, we are on a date. A very nice date. I hope." I tried to explain. "No, this has happened before. Yesterday, and the day before. You messaged you the same thing. We had the same conversation. You called me at the same time. He just listened, his eyes fixed on mine, not a flicker of surprise or understanding. When I finished, he just chuckled softly. You must have had a really vivid dream, Sarah. Or maybe you are just a little stressed. Happens to the best of us." He reached across the table and gently touched my hand. His skin was warm. "But do not worry. Tonight's real, and I am really glad you are here." His touch felt wrong, possessive. I pulled my hand away quickly. The entire evening was a replay. Every word, every gesture, every laugh. I knew what he was going to say before he said it. I knew when he would lean forward, when he would take a sip of his wine. It was a macabre, terrifying puppet show, and I was one of the puppets. When he walked me out of the restaurant, he said, "I had a really wonderful time tonight. Sarah, I would really like to see you again." I just stared at him, my eyes wide with terror. He smiled that same charming, unnerving smile and walked away. I went home, collapsed into bed, and cried myself to sleep. I woke up. Sunlight. Phone buzz. Tinder. Mark. "Hey, Sarah. Great to match with you. Your profile caught my eye. This time, I did not even bother trying to fight it. I just stared at the ceiling, a hollow ache in my chest. This was my life now. This repeating Friday. I tried everything. I tried staying home and locking the doors. But then my phone would ring, and it would be Mark telling me he was outside waiting. And somehow, I would find myself unlocking the door, walking out, and getting into his car. I tried running away. I packed a bag, bought a bus ticket to another city. But when the bus pulled up, it was not a bus at all. It was Mark's car, and he was smiling from behind the wheel, holding a single red rose, going somewhere. Sarah, he would ask, his voice light, amused. And then I would be in the car, on my way to the Italian restaurant. I tried screaming for help. I tried telling strangers, police officers. But their eyes would glaze over, or they would look at me like I was crazy. One time, I even managed to get to a police station, babbling about a man who was trapping me in a time loop. The officer just nodded slowly, politely, and then, before I knew it, I was back on the street, and my phone was ringing. It was Mark. "You are late." Sarah, every attempt to break free, every desperate struggle, led me right back to him, to that restaurant, to that same conversation. It was like a cruel, twisted game, and he was always one step ahead. His charming demeanor started to crack, just slightly around the edges. There was a glint in his eye now, a knowing smirk when I tried something new. It was subtle, but I saw it. He knew. He was enjoying this. One iteration. I decided to be confrontational. I sat across from him at the restaurant, my jaw clenched. "Why are you doing this to me?" "Mark, what do you want?" He tilted his head, that innocent, charming smile still plastered on his face. "Doing what?" "Sarah, we are just having dinner. A lovely dinner. I think. Do not play dumb." I hissed, my voice low and trembling with rage. "This is the 10th time we have had this exact dinner. The 10th time you have asked me about my job. The 10th time you have told that story about your trip to Greece." His smile did not falter, but his eyes, they went cold, like polished stones. "You are being rather dramatic tonight. Are not you?" "Sarah, perhaps you have had a long week." He took a sip of his wine, his gaze never leaving mine. "But do not worry. I am here to make things better." The words chill me to my core. He was not just repeating the date. He was aware of my attempts to break free. He was toying with me. The loops continued. Days blurred into weeks, or what felt like weeks. Every morning, the sunlight, the buzz, the message. Every evening, the restaurant, the conversation, the walk home. My mind was slowly unraveling. I started to forget what my life before this felt like. Was there a life before this? Or had I always been trapped in Mark's endless Friday? I remember the brief conversation we had on Tinder, the one that started it all. He had asked me what I was looking for. I had said something about finding someone who understood me, someone who could make life less lonely. His response was something about how everyone deserved to be saved from loneliness. At the time, it seemed sweet. Now, it was a terrifying prophecy. I knew I could not go on like this. I could not just keep repeating the same motions, pretending everything was fine. I had to break free. And if I could not break the loop, I had to break him. Or at least break away from him. One Friday, after the dinner, after the polite goodbye, instead of walking home, I ran. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, down the street, through the park, my breath burning in my lungs. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from him, away from the restaurant, away from the inevitable reset. I made it to the lobby of a nearby hotel, a place I knew had multiple exits. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of hope and terror. I saw the revolving door, the main entrance, just a few feet away. Freedom. Maybe this time. I could make it. Maybe this time. The loop would not catch me. But then, a shadow fell over me. A presence. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat. He stood there. Mark. Or Leo Vance. as I now knew his real name was. He blocked the only exit, his eyes predatory, his presence a chilling statement of ownership. He was no longer just charming. He was a hunter. My heart hammered as he took a step closer, his low voice a silken thread of menace. Going somewhere. "Sarah," he asked, though it was not a question. I recoiled, pressing myself against the wall, my mind screaming. "Do not call me that." I whispered the name Sarah Miller, a ghost identity he would already assign me. He just smiled, a slow, chilling spread that did not reach his eyes. "You are my Sarah, are not you, the one I have been waiting for." My mind raced, scrambling for any escape. The lobby was empty, my phone useless against him. He was faster, stronger, completely unhinged. I tried to project bravery, asking, "What do you want?" He tilted his head, studying me with unnerving intensity. "To save you, of course. From the loneliness. From the world that does not understand." His words twisted the knife. He was going to keep me here, trapped in his perfect, repeating day, forever. I lunged, not for an exit, but for anything, a heavy potted plant, a decorative vase, anything to defend myself. But he was too fast. His hand shot out, grabbing my arm in an iron grip. I struggled, screamed, but he just pulled me closer, his strength terrifying. He covered my mouth with his other hand, muffling my cries. "Sarah," he whispered, his breath warm against my ear, utterly devoid of warmth. "No need for all this fuss. We are just going to go somewhere quiet. Somewhere we can be together. Forever." My vision blurred. A sharp, sweet scent, like almonds, filled my nostrils. I struggled harder, but my limbs felt heavy, my head swam. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me was his face, inches from mine, his eyes gleaming with possessive, triumph and joy. I woke up. The first thing I noticed was that it was not my bedroom. The walls were a soft, muted gray, and the bed was much larger, softer. There was a single window, but it was covered by heavy, opaque curtains, blocking out any light from outside. I sat up, my head throbbing, my memory a jumble of panic and fear. The last thing I remembered was Mark, his face, the almond scent. Then it hit me. The morning, the sunlight, the phone buzz. I scrambled for my phone, which was sitting on a pristine white nightstand beside the bed. No Tinder notification. No messages from Jessica. My phone was dead. Completely dead. A wave of icy dread washed over me. This was not my apartment. This was not a hotel lobby. This was somewhere else. And the loop, the repeating Friday, was gone. Replaced by something far, far worse. The door to the room opened silently. Mark stood there, holding a tray with a steaming cup of coffee and a plate of toast. He was dressed casually in a comfortable sweater and jeans, looking utterly relaxed. He smiled, a genuine warm smile, the one I would initially found charming. "Good morning. Sarah," he said, his voice soft, gentle. "I hope you slept well. I made you breakfast." He set the tray down on the nightstand. I stared at him, my mouth dry, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. "Do not look so frightened," he said, his smile still in place, but his eyes held that familiar, unsettling intensity. "You are safe now. You are finally safe from the world, from the loneliness, from all the things that tried to take you away from me." He sat down on the edge of the bed, not too close, but close enough that I could feel his presence, his unwavering gaze. He picked up the coffee cup and offered it to me. I recoiled. "It is just coffee." "Sarah," he said, his voice laced with a hint of something I could not quite place disappointment. "Patience. I thought you would like it. Just how you like it. 2 sugars, a splash of cream." My eyes widened. He knew. Of course he knew. He knew everything. The loops, they were not just about the date. They were about him learning everything about me, preparing for this. Where am I? I whispered, my voice hoarse. He chuckled softly. You are home. Sarah, our home. I have been preparing it for us for so long. It is perfect, is not it? Quiet, peaceful, no distractions. He gestured vaguely around the room. No one to bother us. No one to misunderstand you. Just us. He stood up and walked over to the window, pulling back a corner of the heavy curtain. I instinctively leaned forward, desperate for a glimpse of the outside world. But all I saw was a thick, impenetrable wall of brick, barely a few feet from a window. We were underground, in a basement, a bunker. He dropped the curtain. Do not worry about the outside. Sarah, it is a cruel place. You do not need it anymore. You have me. He turned back to me, his smile broadening. And you know what the best part is, he asked, his voice almost childlike in its enthusiasm. Every day can be our first date. Every day can be perfect. We can relive all our favorite moments. Over and over again. We will never have to worry about things changing. We will never have to worry about growing old, or getting bored, or being alone. My blood ran cold. The repeating date had not ended. It had merely changed form. It was not just a single Friday anymore. It was every day. Every day, the perfect date curated by him. In this inescapable prison, he walked back to the bed, picked up the plate of toast, and held it out to me. Come on. Sarah, you must be hungry. We have a wonderful day planned, just like our first one. I stared at the toast, then at his smiling face. His eyes, though, they were not smiling. They held an infinite, terrifying emptiness, reflecting a love so twisted, so possessive, that it had devoured my entire world. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very bones, that this was it. This was my forever, an endless, repeating date with a man who had loved me into a cage. And I would never, ever swipe left again. Me, the word hung in the air, a grotesque promise, as Mark stood there, blocking the only exit. His eyes, once a warm hazel, were now bottomless pits, reflecting the dim lobby lights like a predator's. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. My carefully planned escape, born of pure terror and desperation, had dissolved into a nightmare more immediate and chilling than anything I would imagined. Going somewhere. Sarah, his voice was low, a silken thread of menace. It was not a question, it was a statement of ownership. He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled, pressing myself against the wall. The small duffel bag clutched in my hand felt utterly useless. Do not call me that. I managed, my voice a reedy whisper. The name, Sarah Miller, was a phantom limb, a ghost identity he would already assign me. A slow, chilling smile spread across his face, a smile that did not reach his eyes. Of course, my apologies. Force of habit. You are my Sarah, are not you, the one I have been waiting for. My mind raced, scrambling for an escape, any escape. The lobby was empty. The building manager had gone home hours ago. My phone was in my pocket, but I knew I would not have a chance to even unlock it. Mark, or Leo Vance, whatever his real name was faster, stronger, and completely unhinged. What do you want? I asked, trying to project a bravery I did not feel. He tilted his head, his black eyes studying me with an unnerving intensity, as if I were a specimen under a microscope. To save you, of course, from the loneliness, from the world that does not understand. I told you, I understand what it is like to lose someone, to feel that ache, and I won't let you feel it again. His words twisted the knife in my gut. He was talking about my disappearance, about my fabricated death. He was the one causing the loss, the ache. He was the architect of my erasure. Before I could formulate a response, he moved, It was not a lunge, not a violent attack, but a swift, practiced motion. His hand clamped over my mouth, stifling my scream, while his other arm wrapped around my waist, pulling me tight against his unyielding, sometimes, when you're scrolling through dating apps late at night, feeling that familiar mix of loneliness and utter exhaustion with the whole process, you start to wonder if there's anyone out there who is not just a cardboard cutout. Someone who actually has a soul, or at least a personality that is not a list of generic hobbies and a photo from 3 years ago. That is where I was. Sarah, 31, living in a decent apartment, working a job that paid the bills but did not exactly set my soul on fire. My dating life, though, that was a dumpster fire. A smoldering, perpetually disappointing dumpster fire. I would try them all. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge. Swipe left on more shirtless gym selfies than I care to admit. Endure more painfully awkward first dates than I can count, and ghosted more times than a Halloween costume. I was at the point where I considered just adopting 10 cats and calling it a day. But then, one particularly bleak Tuesday evening, after a truly terrible online conversation with a guy who thought LOL was a substitute for actual communication, I stumbled across a new app. It promised a more meaningful connection. Yeah, right. I rolled my eyes, but downloaded it anyway. What did I have to lose? My dignity. Already gone. The interface was sleek, minimalist. You filled out a more in-depth profile, answered some quirky questions. I put down my love for old sci-fi movies, my irrational fear of moths, and my secret ambition to one day own a small, independent bookstore. I uploaded a couple of recent, non-filtered photos. Then I started swiping. It was the usual suspect for a while. Guys holding fish, guys with their shirts off again, guys with blurry group photos where you could not tell who they were. And then, I saw him. His name was Leo. His profile picture was simple and clear. Kind smile, warm eyes, a slight 5 o'clock shadow. He looked normal, attractive, but not in an intimidating way. His profile was intriguing. He worked as a freelance graphic designer, loved hiking, and had a surprisingly detailed answer to the question, "What is your most unusual talent?" He claimed he could remember his dreams with perfect clarity every single night. I chuckled. Okay, a little quirky, but at least it was not I can chug a beer faster than anyone. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. A little notification popped up you, and Leo have connected. My heart did a tiny, hopeful flutter, even though I knew better than to get my hopes up. Then came his first message. It was simple, direct. Hey, Sarah. I knew we would match. Okay, a little forward, but not creepy. I typed back. Oh, yeah. What made you so sure? His reply came almost instantly. Because we have met before. Every night, in fact. I paused. My first thought was, oh, here we go. Another one with a line. I would heard them all. Did it hurt when you fell from heaven? Are you a parking ticket? Because you got fine written all over you. This we have met in dreams thing was a new one, though a little more poetic, a little less cringe. I decided to play along. Oh, really? And what were we doing in these nightly encounters? I typed, a smirk playing on my lips. Just living, he wrote back. Walking through parks, talking over coffee, sometimes just sitting quietly, watching the rain fall. You always wear that blue sweater, the one with the slightly frayed cuff, when it is raining in our dreams. My smirk faltered. I did have a blue sweater with a slightly frayed cuff. It was my favorite, the one I wore curled up on the couch, watching movies. I had not mentioned it anywhere on my profile. It was not a unique sweater, but the detail about the frayed cuff, that was oddly specific. Still, it could be a coincidence. A lucky guess. That is a pretty good guess. I replied, trying to sound nonchalant. You are either psychic or a very good internet stalker. Neither, he responded, just observant. In our dreams, You often hum that old Fleetwood Mac song, Landslide, when you are deep in thought. You bite your lower lip when you are concentrating, and you always keep your coffee black. No sugar, no cream. My breath hitched. Okay, now this was starting to get weird. The Fleetwood Mac song was my go-to humming tune when I was distracted. I always bit my lower lip when I was concentrating, and I only drank black coffee. These were not things you could glean from a dating profile. These were tiny, intimate details. A chill ran down my spine, but a part of me, the part that was desperately bored with the mundane, was also intrigued. Was this some kind of elaborate pickup artist routine? Or was he genuinely strange? Okay, Leo, I type, try and keep my tone light. You've got my attention. How do you know all this? Because I am there. Sarah, he wrote, every night, just like you are there with me. It has always been us. This went on for a few more messages. He described a dream I vaguely remembered having a few weeks ago, walking through a bustling market, looking for a specific type of antique teacup. He mentioned the feeling of frustration I would have when I could not find it. He even described the vendor's crooked smile. I had not told anyone about that dream. I barely remembered it myself until he brought it up. My logical brain was screaming red flag, danger, block and report. But my curious, slightly masochistic side wanted no more. I agreed to a video call. Maybe seeing his face, hearing his voice, would break the spell. The call connected. Leo's face filled my screen. He looked exactly like his photos, maybe even a little kinder in person. His eyes were a startling shade of hazel, flecked with gold. He smiled. Hey, Sarah, he said, his voice a low, smooth baritone. Nice to finally see you awake. I forced a laugh. You too. Leo, so these dreams, he nodded, his smile not wavering. They are not just dreams, are they? They are shared experiences. A different kind of reality. He then proceeded to describe, in vivid detail, a dream I would have just the night before. I would have been in my childhood home, but it was empty, dusty, and the wallpaper in the living room was peeling in a way I had not remembered. He described a faint smell of old books and dust, the way the moonlight streamed to the grimy windows, and the feeling of profound sadness I would experience. He even mentioned the tiny, almost imperceptible crack in the corner of the fireplace mantel, a detail I would completely forgotten until he brought it up. My heart was pounding now, a frantic drum against my ribs. This was not a pickup line. This was not a coincidence. This was something else entirely. How? I whispered, my voice barely audible. How do you know these things? He tilted his head, his expression earnest. I do not know how. Sarah, I just remember them. Like waking up from a really vivid movie. Except you are always there and I know you. I have always known you. We talked for nearly 2 hours. He did not pressure me, did not make any overtly creepy statements. He just talked about these shared dreams as if they were perfectly normal, as if he genuinely believed we were connected in some profound, subconscious way. He even described one where I was trying to bake a complicated cake, and it kept collapsing, and my dream self had thrown the mixing bowl across the kitchen in frustration. I laughed, a nervous, shaky sound. I had that dream, and it had been incredibly frustrating. By the end of the call, I was thoroughly unnerved, but also disturbingly a little bit fascinated. He was not a typical internet weirdo. He was articulate, intelligent, and seemed genuinely convinced of the strange connection. I agreed to meet him for coffee. My friends would have killed me. My gut was screaming, but my curiosity, that insatiable, foolish part of me, was louder. The coffee shop was bustling, a safe, public space. I arrived early, picked a table near the window, and tried to calm my nerves. When Leo walked in, I recognized him instantly. He scanned the room, his eyes landing on me, and he smiled. It was the same warm, gentle smile from his profile, in our video call. He was wearing a simple dark blue shirt, jeans, and a light jacket. He looked normal. Too normal, almost. He walked over, pulled out the chair opposite me, and sat down. "Hey, Sarah," he said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You are wearing the green scarf. I like it. It looks good on you." I had not mentioned the green scarf. It was a new purchase. Another chill. "Hi, Leo. I managed. Thanks." "So, about these dreams," he leaned forward slightly, his gaze unwavering. "Before we dive into that, I wanted to ask you something. Last night, in our dream, you were trying to fix a leaky faucet in your bathroom. You were getting incredibly frustrated, muttering under your breath about the landlord. Did you figure it out?" My blood ran cold. The leaky faucet. I had woken up this morning, annoyed, thinking about it. It had been dripping all night. I had not even consciously remembered dreaming about it, but the frustration, the landlord complaints, that was all me. "How did you know that?" I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. He just shrugged, a small, almost apologetic gesture. "I told you. I am there. I remember. You eventually gave up and just put a bucket under it. Did not you? You told yourself you would call the landlord first thing. Every detail was perfect. The bucket. The mental note to call the landlord. It was too much. This was not just about vague dream recollections anymore. This was about my actual physical life. I spent the next hour trying to pry information out of him. Was he a hacker? A private investigator? Did he have cameras in my apartment? He just shook his head, looking genuinely confused by my accusations. He seemed to genuinely believe he was just remembering dreams. He described my apartment layout, from our dreams, the messy bookshelf in the living room, the specific plan on my kitchen windowsill, the way the light hit my bedroom at dawn. He even knew about the small, sentimental trinket I kept on my bedside table, a smooth, gray river stone I would picked up years ago. "You always turn it over in your fingers when you are worried," he said softly. "In our dreams, when you are stressed, you do that. Sometimes you even talk to it like it is a confidant." I felt a wave of nausea. I did that. It was a secret habit, something I would never, ever tell anyone. How could he possibly know? I left that coffee date feeling utterly disoriented. My reality felt porous, like the walls of my life were not solid anymore, and he could just slip through them. I went home, locked my door, checked my windows. I even pulled out my phone and searched his name. Leo Maxwell, just in case. Nothing. He had a professional website for his graphic design work, a LinkedIn profile, a few generic social media accounts. All perfectly normal. No red flags. No indications of a past as a stalker or a psychic or whatever he was. That night, I did not sleep well. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak of the old building seemed louder. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were a chaotic mess. But then it shifted. I was in my apartment, but it was subtly wrong. The colors were muted, the air thick, and Leo was there. He was not doing anything overtly threatening. He was just present, sitting on my couch, reading a book, watching me from the kitchen doorway as I made toast. His presence in my dream felt solid, real, not like a fleeting dream figure. He did not speak, but his eyes followed me. I woke up with a gasp, drenched in sweat, my heart hammering. The next day, I started to feel truly paranoid. I kept looking over my shoulder. Every message from Leo, which continued to reference our shared dreams, sent a shiver down my spine. He mentioned a dream where I was struggling with a complex work project, feeling overwhelmed. I was struggling with a complex work project. He mentioned a dream where I almost tripped on a loose paving stone near my office. I had almost tripped on a loose paving stone near my office that very morning. I tried to tell myself it was a coincidence, that my subconscious was just picking up on real-world anxieties and feeding them back to me in dreams. But the details were too precise. The specific color of the folder for the work project, the exact location of the loose stone. I started to actively try and manipulate my dreams. Before bed, I would focus on a specific, unique scenario. A purple elephant tap dancing on the moon. A conversation with a talking squirrel in a top hat. I would wake up, remember my absurd dream, and then check my phone. Hey, Sarah. His message would read, cheerful as ever. Crazy dream last night. That purple elephant really had some moves. And that squirrel, quite the conversationalist. You seemed a little annoyed by him, though. My blood ran cold every single time. He was not just remembering my dreams. He was in them, and he was remembering them better than I was. He knew my emotional reactions within the dreamscape. My world started to shrink. I became afraid of going to sleep, afraid of what he would see, what he would know. My apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a stage, and I was the unwitting performer in a nightly play with an audience of one. I started leaving my lights on, trying to ward off sleep. I drank copious amounts of coffee. I binged TV shows until my eyes burned. But eventually, exhaustion would claim me, and he would be there. The dreams became more vivid, more invasive. He was not just an observer anymore. He was interacting with me. In one dream, I was trying to run through a dense forest, feeling a primal terror, and he was there, walking calmly beside me, extending a hand, telling me, do not be afraid. Sarah, I am here. I woke up screaming that night. I blocked his number. I blocked him on the app. I blocked him on every social media platform I could find. I tried to erase him from my digital life, hoping that if I could not see him, he could not see me. It did not work. The messages stopped, of course. My phone was blessedly silent. But the dreams did not stop. If anything, they intensified. Now, in the dreams, he was angry, or rather, disappointed. He would just look at me, a sad, knowing expression on his face, and say, why? Sarah, why are you trying to push me away? We belong together. One morning, I woke up, my heart pounding, sweat plastering my hair to my forehead. I would had a particularly disturbing dream. I was in my apartment, trying to hide from something unseen, and Leo was there, gently guiding me, telling me where to go. It felt so real, too real. I got up, needing a glass of water, needing to splash cold water on my face. As I walked into the kitchen, I noticed something on my counter, a single, perfect white rose. I froze. My apartment was locked. My windows were latched. There was no way anyone could have gotten in. I had not bought flowers. I had not had anyone over. My hands started to tremble. I picked up the rose. It felt real, smelled real. And then I saw the small, folded piece of paper tucked among its petals. My name was written on it in elegant script. I unfolded it, my fingers fumbling. The message was short. You left your window open in our dream last night. I thought you might like a reminder that I am always here. Do not worry. I closed it for you. See you tonight. Love. Leo. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. I stared at the message, then at the rose, then at my kitchen window, which was indeed closed and locked. I remembered the dream. I remembered trying to open the window, feeling a strange resistance, like something was pushing it shut from the outside. I had not thought anything of it, just a dream. But he had been there. He had seen me. He had interacted with my dream self. And now, he was bringing elements from our shared dreamscape into my waking world. The line between reality and dream shattered completely. He was not just in my dreams. He was using them as a portal, a way to cross over. He was not just observing. He was entering. I felt a scream build in my throat, but it died there, choked by pure, unadulterated terror. He knew where I lived. He could get in. He was in my dreams. And now, he was in my reality. I ran to my bedroom, frantically pulling on clothes, grabbing my keys, my wallet. I had to get out. I had to escape. But where? Where could I go that he would not find me? He was already in my head, in my subconscious. He knew my fears, my anxieties, my most intimate thoughts. He knew my apartment better than I did. He knew me better than I knew myself. As I fumbled with the doorknob, my hand shaking so violently I could barely grip it, I heard a faint, almost imperceptible sound from the living room. A soft, familiar hum. Landslide. My own internal humming tune. The one I only hummed when I was deep in thought or deeply stressed. I froze, my hand on the cold metal of the doorknob. My breath hitched. I slowly, painstakingly, turned my head just enough to peek into the living room. The couch was empty. The room was dark, shadows clinging to the corners. But I could still hear it, faint, ethereal, echoing in the silence of my apartment. The soft, melancholic melody. And then a voice calm and gentle, yet filled with an unnerving certainty, drifted from the shadows. Do not worry. Sarah, you do not have to leave. You are already home, and I am always here. We have met every night. Remember, it has always been us. I did not scream. I could not. The sound was stuck in my throat, a solid lump of ice. My vision blurred, not from tears, but from the sheer, overwhelming weight of the impossible. I was not just trapped in my apartment. I was trapped in a nightmare, and the monster was not just under my bed or outside my window. He was inside my head. He was in my dreams. He was in my reality. And he was not going anywhere. Because he was right. It had always been us. Every single night. And now, every single day, too. It was late, probably past midnight, and I was doing what a lot of us do when we are alone and bored, and maybe a little bit lonely. I was on Tinder. My apartment was quiet, just the hum of the refrigerator and the distant city sounds filtering in through my window. My phone's screen glowed, illuminating my face in the dark. Swipe left, another left. It was the usual parade of gym selfies, fish pictures, and guys holding up babies that might or might not be theirs. I was not really looking for anything serious, just a distraction, maybe a casual date to break up the monotony of my week. I would have been on and off dating apps for years. I had my share of horror stories. Of course, the guy who showed up an hour late smelling faintly a cat pee. The one who spent the whole date talking about his ex-wife's many failings. The one who tried to sell me essential oils. But nothing truly scary. Just awkward, disappointing, and occasionally hilariously bad. So, when I saw the next profile pop up, I did not immediately feel a sense of dread. More like a flicker of confusion. The profile was simple. No bio, which was already a red flag, but not unheard of. The name was just Alex. And there was only one photo. It was a blurry shot, taken from a distance, of a person standing on a beach at sunset. You could not make out any features. Just a silhouette against an orange sky. It was artistic, I guess, but also impersonal. Like a stock photo, but not quite. I remember thinking, who uses a picture like that for a dating app? It felt empty. I almost swiped left. My thumb hovered. But something, a morbid curiosity perhaps, made me pause. It was so generic, it was almost intriguing. Like a blank canvas. Maybe it was a shy person. Maybe it was a joke. Or maybe, just maybe, it was something different. So, against my better judgment, I swiped right. Immediately, my phone buzzed. It is a match. Well, that was fast. Usually it took a while, or you had to send the first message. I tapped on the notification to go to Alex's profile, just to see if I would miss anything. And that is when I noticed it. The photo was not the same. Instead of the beach silhouette, it was now a picture of a man sitting at a cafe table, looking away from the camera. His back was to the lens, but I could see he had dark, curly hair and was wearing a plain gray hoodie. It was still blurry, still a bit distant, but undeniably different. My first thought was, weird. Must be a glitch. Tinder was buggy sometimes. I would see profiles disappear, photos fail to load. So I shrugged it off. Maybe Alex had two photos and the app just randomly showed one. I went back to swiping, but the strange profile stuck in my mind. A few minutes later, I decided to check it again. Just out of curiosity, I tapped on the match. The profile loaded, and the photo had changed again. This time it was a woman. Her face was partially obscured by shadow, but I could tell she had long, straight hair. She was looking down, maybe at a book or her phone. It looked like she was in a library or a very quiet cafe. It was still blurry, still somewhat generic, but definitely a different person, a different setting. My brow furrowed. Okay, this was not a glitch. Not 2 times in a row with completely different people. This was intentional. But why? Was it a group profile? A joke? Alex, the shapeshifter. My mind tried to come up with logical explanations, but none of them quite fit. I stared at the photo. My finger hovered over the unmatched button. This was too weird. But then, a message popped up from Alex. Hey, just that. Hey, no emoji, no exclamation mark. My heart gave a little jump. I looked at the photo again. The woman in the library. I typed back. Hey back. Your profile pic keeps changing. What is up with that? I waited. It felt like an eternity, but it was probably only 30 seconds. Then, another message. Does it? The response was so bland, so non-committal, that it almost made me laugh. Almost. But the underlying weirdness was still there, a low hum of unease. Yeah, first it was a beach, then a guy in a hoodie, now a woman in a library. I typed, try and keep my tone light, like I was amused, not creeped out. Interesting. Alex replied. That was it. Interesting. No explanation, no apology, no acknowledging the strangeness of it all. At this point, I should have unmatched. I really should have. But my curiosity, that same morbid curiosity that made me swipe right in the first place, was now fully engaged. I wanted to see what would happen. So, which one is you? I asked, trying to push for an answer. Another pause. Then the message came through. All of them. A shiver ran down my spine. That is, when things really started to get weird. All of them. I typed, trying to sound casual, but my fingers felt cold. And none of them. Alex sent back. I stared at my phone screen, the words glowing ominously in the dark. This was either a very elaborate, very strange prank, or something else entirely. Something I did not want to think about. I went back to Alex's profile. The photo had changed again. This time, it was an older person, maybe in their 60s or 70s, with kind eyes and a warm smile, sitting on a park bench. It was a perfectly normal, even pleasant photo, but knowing what I knew, it just made my skin crawl. I did not reply to Alex. I just closed the app. I told myself it was late. I was tired. My imagination was running wild. I tried to focus on something else. Scroll through Instagram, read some news headlines. But every few minutes, my mind would drift back to Alex, the changing faces. All of them, and none of them. Eventually, I could not resist. I opened Tinder again. My heart was thumping a little faster than usual. I went to my matches. There was Alex. I tapped on the profile. The photo was a child. A young girl, maybe 5 or 6, with pigtails, laughing as she ran through a field of wildflowers. It was beautiful, innocent, and utterly terrifying. My breath hitched. This was wrong. So wrong. I felt a cold knot of fear tighten in my stomach. This was not a joke. This was not a glitch. This was something else. Something that felt predatory. I immediately hit the unmatch button. A small pop-up appeared. Are you sure you want to unmatch Alex? Yes, absolutely. I tapped unmatch. The profile disappeared from my list. A wave of relief washed over me. Good. Done. Over. I put my phone down, took a deep breath. My heart was still racing, but the immediate panic started to subside. I was being silly. It was just an app. A weird person, probably trying to get a rise out of people. Nothing to worry about. I picked up my phone again, just to check my other notifications. And that is when I saw it. A new match. It is a match. Alex. My blood ran, cold. My hand started to shake. I had not swiped. I had unmatched. How was this possible? I tapped on the new match. The profile was identical. Alex. No bio. One photo. And the photo was of a dark, empty hallway. It looked like the hallway in an old apartment building. The kind with peeling paint and dim, flickering lights. It was unsettling. But what made my stomach clench was a feeling that I had seen that hallway before. Or one just like it. I tried to tell myself I was imagining things. That my mind was playing tricks on me because of the previous weirdness. But the feeling persisted. It felt familiar. Too familiar. I closed Tinder, uninstalled it from my phone. I did not even bother trying to unmatch again. What was the point? I deleted the app, feeling a desperate need to cleanse my phone of whatever this was. I even restarted my phone, just for good measure. I tried to sleep, but every shadow in my room seemed to deepen. Every creak of the old building seemed amplified. I kept seeing the little girl in the field, the kind old man, the empty hallway, and then the silhouette on the beach, the first one. It felt like a collection of identities, shifting and changing, waiting. The next morning, I woke up groggy and unrest. The first thing I did was check my phone. No Tinder. Good. I tried to convince myself it was all a bad dream, a weird prank that someone had pulled. I went about my day, tried to shake off the lingering unease. But it did not shake off. Throughout the day, I kept feeling a strange sensation, like I was being watched. I would be in the grocery store, and I would catch a reflection in a window, a fleeting glimpse of someone looking at me. But when I turned, there was no one. Or I would be walking down the street, and the hair on the back of my neck would stand up, and I would feel a prickling sensation, like eyes on my back. That evening, I was making dinner, chopping vegetables, trying to distract myself with the mundane. My phone was on the counter, charging. It suddenly buzzed. I jumped, nearly dropping the knife. It was not a text, was not an email. It was a notification. From Tinder. My heart hammered against my ribs. I had not reinstalled it. I had not done anything. I slowly, hesitantly, picked up my phone. The notification was a banner across the top of the screen. Alex sent you a message. How? How was this possible? I had not reinstalled the app. I had not done anything. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped the phone. I tapped the notification. It did not open Tinder. It opened my phone's default messaging app. And there, in my regular text messages, was a new conversation from an unknown number. The message read, "You should not have unmatched." Me, Sarah. My blood ran cold. Sarah. He knew my name. I had not given it to him. My Tinder profile just said S. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me. This was not just a weird prank anymore. This was something personal. Something that had found me. I immediately blocked the number. My fingers were trembling, so hard I could barely press the buttons. I threw my phone onto the couch, as if it were a burning coal. I stood in my kitchen, breathing heavily, trying to process what was happening. Then my phone buzzed again. Another text from a different unknown number. That won't stop me. I screamed, a short, sharp, involuntary sound that tore from my throat. I backed away from the couch, away from my phone, my eyes wide with terror. This was impossible. This was a nightmare. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, anything I could think of. I had to get out. I had to leave. I fumbled with the locks on my door, my hands slick with sweat. I burst out into the hallway, not even bothering to lock the door behind me. I ran down the stairs, 2 at a time, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I did not know where I was going. Just away from my apartment, away from whatever was happening. I got into my car, started the engine, and drove. I drove aimlessly for what felt like hours, just trying to put distance between myself and that apartment, that phone, that Alex. I ended up at a diner, a brightly lit, sterile place that felt safe in its normalcy. I ordered coffee, my hands still shaking as I held the mug. I tried to call my best friend, Emily, but she did not answer. It was late. She was probably asleep. I did not want to leave a voicemail. How would I even explain this? Hey, so I matched with a guy on Tinder, and now he is texting me from different numbers, and he knows my name, and his profile picture keeps changing to different people in an empty hallway, and a little girl, and I think he is haunting me. She would think I would lost my mind. I sat there for a long time, nursing my coffee, trying to think rationally. What was this? A stalker? A really sophisticated hacker? Or something else? The thought of something supernatural, something beyond my understanding, was almost too much to bear. But the evidence, as bizarre as it was, pointed in that direction. Eventually, I decided I could not stay in the diner forever. I had to go back. I had to face it, or at least try to figure it out. I drove back to my apartment, my stomach churning with dread. The building looked the same, quiet and unassuming. But to me, it felt like a trap. I unlocked my door, hesitantly pushed it open. The apartment was dark, silent. I flipped on the lights, flooding the living room with an almost blinding brightness. Everything looked normal. My phone was still on the couch where I had thrown it. I picked it up. No new messages. No notifications. Just my regular apps, my normal wallpaper. It almost felt like a dream. But the memory of the text, the fear, was too real. I decided I needed to understand. I needed to see if it was still there. Foolish. I know. But I could not just live in fear without answers. I went to the app store, searched for Tinder. I found it. And then, with a deep breath, I reinstalled it. It took a few moments. The app icon appeared on my home screen. I tapped it. It loaded. And there, at the top of my matches list, was Alex. My blood ran cold. Again, I tapped on the profile. The photo was a living room. A very specific living room. My living room. From an angle I could not quite place, but it was undeniably my couch, my coffee table, my bookshelf. And on the coffee table, clearly visible, was a small, distinctive ceramic mug that I bought at a craft fair last year. I gasped. My eyes darted to my coffee table. The mug was there, exactly as it was in the picture. I backed away from the phone, stumbling a bit. He was in my apartment. Or he had been. Or he was watching me. The thought made my skin crawl. He was not just a person on an app. He was not just a hacker. He was here. My phone buzzed. A message from Alex. Nice mug. Sarah. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor. Screen up. The message glowed, mocking me. I stared at it, paralyzed by fear. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation, a way out. Then, the photo on the screen changed. It was not my living room anymore. It was a photo of me, sitting on my couch, staring at my phone. My mouth was slightly open, my eyes wide with terror. It was a picture of me, taken right now, in this moment. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound of pure terror. I scrambled backwards, away from the phone, away from the image of myself staring back at me, a silent testament to the invasion. The photo changed again. This time it was my bedroom. My bed, my pillows, my unmade sheets. And on the bed, just at the edge, was a faint, almost transparent figure. It was blurry, indistinct, but it was there. A human-like shape, barely visible. My breath caught in my throat. I could not breathe. I could not move. My eyes were fixed on the phone screen, on the horrifying image of my own bedroom. Invaded. Another message from Alex. You are not alone. Sarah, I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears, a frantic drumbeat of fear. I could feel a cold draft, even though all my windows were closed. The air in the room felt heavy, charged with an unseen presence. I did not dare look away from the phone. I did not dare look around my apartment. Because if I did, if I saw it, if I saw him, I did not know what would happen. The photo changed again. It was a close-up of my face. My eyes were wide. With terror, tears were starting to well up. My hair was disheveled. It was a picture of me, taken right now, as I was looking at the phone. But it was not just my face. In the background, out of focus, was a shadowy shape. Tall, indistinct, but undeniably there. Behind me, I felt a cold breath on my neck. My blood ran to ice. I could not scream. My throat was tight, constricted by fear. I heard a whisper, faint, right next to my ear. It was not a human voice. It was like dry leaves rustling or static on a radio. It was a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I liked this one. Sarah, my phone buzzed again. Another message from Alex. It is time to change. The phone screen flashed. The picture changed one last time. It was a new profile, not Alex. It was a profile that looked identical to mine. My name, my age, my city. But the profile picture was of a woman. Her face was partially obscured by shadow, but I could tell she had long, straight hair. She was looking down, maybe at a book or her phone. It looked like she was in a library or a very quiet cafe. It was blurry, generic. It was the same photo I had seen earlier. The one that was on Alex's profile, after the beach silhouette, before the guy in the hoodie. The woman in the library. My vision blurred. My head swam. I felt a strange attachment, a sudden emptiness. It was as if a part of me was being pulled away, stretched thin, made into something else. I looked down at my hands. They were still trembling, but they did not feel like my hands anymore. They felt distant. The phone buzzed. A new notification. It is a match. Sarah, I looked at the screen. The profile picture for the new match was the same blurry photo of the woman in the library, but the name was not Alex. It was Sarah, and then I saw it. My own profile. My own name. But the picture on my profile, the one I had taken months ago, the one of me smiling in front of a fountain, it was gone. In its place was a different picture. A blurry, distant shot of a person standing on a beach at sunset. A silhouette against an orange sky. I felt profound, chilling sense of understanding. It was not just a profile. It was not just a stalker. It was something that consumed. Something that replaced. Something that became. The whisper came again, closer this time, right inside my head. It was a chorus of voices, all whispering the same word, over and over again. Alex. My phone buzzed again. A message from the new match, the one named Sarah. Hey. My fingers, no longer feeling like my own, moved the keyboard. I typed a reply. Hey. And then a new notification. A new match. It is a match. Alex, I looked at the profile. No bio, one photo. It was a blurry shot, taken from a distance, of a person standing on a beach at sunset. A silhouette against an orange sky. The screen flickered. The photo changed. It was a picture of a man sitting at a cafe table, looking away from the camera. His back was the lens, but I could see he had dark, curly hair and was wearing a plain gray hoodie. The screen flickered again. The photo changed. It was a woman. Her face was partially obscured by shadow, but I could tell she had long, straight hair. She was looking down, maybe at a book or her phone. It looked like she was in a library or a very quiet cafe. The cycle continued. Endless. Changing. Consuming. And I just stared at the screen, my eyes wide, my mind empty, waiting for the next change, waiting for the next match, waiting for the next hey. Because now, I was Alex, and soon, someone else would be too. Alex's profile picture became the blurry silhouette on the beach, my old profile picture. The one I would start it with before this nightmare began. My blood ran cold. It was not just a sick game anymore. It was an invasion, a complete takeover. My identity, my digital footprint, my very sense of self, it was all being erased, replaced. The final message. It is time to change, echoed in my ears, a chilling prophecy now unfolding before my terrified eyes. I stare at my phone, unable to move, unable to breathe. My own face, the one I would use for my profile, was gone, replaced by the same faceless, blurry silhouette that had drawn me into this mess in the first place. Alex's profile, on the other hand, now displayed the image of my living room, empty, silent, waiting, and the last picture I would see of me, terrified on my couch, was probably just another one of Alex's many faces now. A strangled cry escaped my throat. This was not happening. This could not be happening. I hurled my phone across the room. It hit the wall with a sickening crack, the screen shattering into a spiderweb of dead pixels, the light dying. For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the frantic hammering of my own heart against my ribs. Then, a faint whisper, barely audible, seemed to emanate from the broken device, or perhaps from the very air around me. Good girl. Sarah. I scrambled backward, knocking over the small table beside my bed. My entire body was shaking, a primal fear seizing every muscle. Alex was in my head, in my phone, in my apartment, in me. There was no escape. I did not sleep that night. I huddled in a corner of my bedroom, a heavy blanket pulled tight around me, listening to every creak of the old building, every whisper of the wind outside. My imagination, usually my escape, had become my tormentor, painting gruesome images in the shadows: the man in the hoodie, the woman in the library, the shadowy figure in my bedroom, all of them merging into one amorphous, terrifying entity. By dawn, I was a wreck. My eyes were bloodshot, my throat raw from silent screams. I knew I could not stay. Not here. Not in this apartment that Alex had mapped out, infiltrated, claimed. I packed a small bag, throwing in whatever clothes I could grab, my wallet and my keys. I left the shattered phone on the floor, a useless husk. I did not even bother locking the door behind me. What was the point? Alex was already inside. I drove, aimlessly for hours, the rising sun doing little to dispel the gloom in my soul. I thought about going to the police, but what would I say? A dating app profile picture changed. Then it sent me pictures of my apartment. And now it has taken over my profile. They would think I was crazy or worse, making a prank call. Who would believe me? No one. I had no proof, just a shattered phone and a mind on the verge of collapse. My parents lived a few states away, and calling them would only worry them. They would insist I come home, but I could not drag them into this nightmare. This was my nightmare. Eventually, I pulled into a small, nondescript motel in a town I would never heard of. It was cheap, anonymous, and far from everything familiar. I paid in cash, gave a fake name, and collapsed onto the lumpy bed. For the next few days, I existed in a haze of fear and exhaustion. I tried to stay offline, tried to disconnect, to pretend Alex did not exist. But every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence, every silence a whispered threat. I bought a burner phone, a cheap flip phone, just for emergencies. I called my work and told them I was sick, needed a few days off. They did not push. I guess I sounded sick enough. The days bled into each other. I ate microwave meals, watched bad TV, and tried to convince myself it was all a delusion, a stress-induced hallucination. Maybe I was just lonely, and my mind had conjured up this elaborate horror story. People did that, right? They cracked under pressure. But deep down, I knew it was not true. The terror was too real, the invasion too precise. After a week, the money was running low, and the isolation was becoming its own kind of torture. I could not hide forever. I had to go back to my life, or at least try to salvage what was left of it. The thought of returning to my apartment filled me with dread, but the thought of living like a fugitive, always looking over my shoulder, was equally unbearable. So, I went back. My apartment was exactly as I would left it. The shattered phone still lay on the floor, a dark, broken thing. The air was stale, but there was no sign of forced entry, no obvious disturbance. It was almost disappointing. I had half expected to find a message scrawled on the wall or a new, horrifying picture waiting for me. But there was nothing, just an oppressive silence. I cleaned up the broken phone, swept away the glass shards, and threw the remains in the trash. I bought a new smartphone, a different brand, hoping a fresh start might sever connection. I changed my phone number, my email address, my social media passwords. I scrubbed my online presence as much as I could, deleting old accounts, changing privacy settings. It was a futile gesture. I knew, but it made me feel like I was fighting back, however feebly. For a few weeks, nothing happened. No strange texts, no cryptic messages, no horrifying photos. The initial terror began to recede, replaced by a lingering anxiety, like a dull ache that never quite went away. I started going back to work, trying to resume some semblance of normalcy. I avoided dating apps like the plague. The mere thought of swiping made my stomach churn. I convinced myself it was over. Alex had moved on, found a new victim, a new Sarah to torment. I was free. I was safe. But safety is an illusion, is not it? Especially when you are dealing with something that defies all logic. One evening, a few months after I had returned, I was doing some much-needed digital decluttering. My new phone had a mountain of old voicemails from my previous number that had transferred over, mostly spam calls and missed messages from friends. I was just mindlessly tapping through them, deleting them one by one, when I hit one that made me freeze. It was dated. I blinked, checking the date again. It was from months ago, from before I even downloaded Tinder, before I ever matched with Alex, before any of this even began. How was that possible? My previous phone did not have this message. My old service provider had confirmed all voicemails had been deleted when I changed my number. My heart began to pound, a familiar, unwelcome rhythm. This was not right. This was impossible. Hesitantly, my finger hovered over the play button. A cold dread, a premonition of something truly awful, settled over me. Every instinct screamed at me to delete it, to pretend I never saw it. But curiosity, that most dangerous of human traits, won out. I had to know. I tapped play. There was a moment of static, then a low, distorted hum. It sounded like an old recording, or perhaps a voice struggling to form words through some kind of interference. It was not a human voice, not exactly. It was multiple voices, layered on top of each other, male and female, young and old, all speaking in unison, yet slightly out of sync. It was like hearing a choir of whispers, each one trying to assert itself, but none quite succeeding. And then it spoke. Sarah, you should not have unmatched me. My breath hitched. It was Alex, but it was not just a voice. It was all of them. The man in the hoodie, the woman in the library, the whisper in my bedroom. They were all there, a horrifying chorus, their words weaving together into that single, chilling sentence. The tone was not angry or threatening, not overtly. It was something far worse, a calm, possessive certainty. A statement of fact, not a warning. The message continued, the layered voices shifting, almost like a slow, agonizing metamorphosis of sound. We like this one, this new one, the quiet, the anticipation. A chill far deeper than anything I would ever felt before snaked its way up my spine. This new one. What were they talking about? The new phone, the new number, or something else entirely? Then the voices coalesced, merging into a single, deeper, more resonant tone. It was still distorted, still inhuman, but undeniably singular. It is time to change. Sarah, you are ready. You have always been ready. A sharp click and the voicemail ended. I dropped my phone as if it had burned me. It clattered against the wooden floor, but I did not care. My hands were shaking so violently I could not have held it anyway. This was not just a glitch. This was not just a hacker. This was something else. Something ancient. Something insidious. How could a voicemail from before Alex even enter my life contain Alex's voice? How could it predict my actions, my unmatching, my new phone, my quiet anticipation? I scrambled to pick up the phone, my fingers fumbling. I had to listen again. Maybe I would imagined it. Maybe it was a prank, a deep fake. I replayed the message. Every word, every layered whisper, every chilling tone was exactly as I remembered. The date was still there, months before. I checked the number. It was a local number. But when I tried to call it back, it just rang once and went straight to generic, pre-recorded message, the number you have dialed is not in service. My mind raced. How did this happen? How did a voicemail from a non-existent number, from a time before, end up on my new phone? It defied every law of logic and technology I knew. I started to feel a growing sense of panic, a desperate need for answers. I tried searching online for similar cases, for anything that could explain it. Phantom voicemails, time-traveling messages, voices on old recordings. Nothing. Just forum posts about technical glitches or urban legends. But this was not a legend. It was real, and it was happening to me. The thought occurred to me, what if the voicemail was not sent to my phone? What if it was sent to me? What if the phone was just a conduit, a receiver for something that had been waiting, lurking, all along? The change Alex had spoken of. My profile picture changing to the original silhouette. Alex's profile picture becoming my living room. You are not alone. Sarah, I like this one. Sarah, it was all part of a plan, a terrible, unfolding transformation. I started to notice things. Small things at first. My reflection in the mirror seemed off. Not drastically different, but subtly so. My eyes seemed a little deeper set, my expression a little more vacant. Sometimes for a fleeting second. I thought I saw a different shade in my irises, a flicker of something alien. I would blink, and it would be gone, leaving me wondering if I was just imagining things, my mind playing tricks on me. My memories started to feel hazy, too. Events from my past, things I knew had happened, felt distant, like they belonged to someone else. And sometimes, fragment of memories that were not mine would surface, a fleeting image of a deserted beach. The faint smell of salt and ozone, a sense of vast emptiness. The beach from the silhouette. I tried to fight it. I forced myself to recall details of my life, to look at old photos, to call friends and talk about shared experiences. But the more I tried to cling to my old self, the more it felt like slipping through my fingers. One morning, I woke up with a strange sensation in my throat, a feeling of tightness, of something needing to be said. I went to the bathroom, looked at myself in the mirror, and tried to speak. My voice felt different. It was still mine, but had a faint echo to it, a subtle resonance that was not there before. And when I tried to say my name, Sarah, it felt foreign on my tongue, like I was trying out a new word for the first time. Panic flared again. This was a change. It was not just digital anymore. It was physical. It was internal. I spent hours researching dissociative identity disorder, schizophrenia, anything that could explain what was happening. But none of it fit. I was not hearing voices in my head. I was hearing my voice, but it was changing. And the memories, they were not delusions. They felt like implantations. I tried therapy, but how do you explain to a therapist that a dating app ghost is stealing your identity and transforming you from the inside out? I tried. I really did. The therapist listened patiently, prescribed some anti-anxiety medication, and gently suggested I might be experiencing a severe stress reaction. I stopped going. They could not help me. No one could. The voicemails kept coming. Not on my phone, not like a regular message. They came in my dreams. I would dream of being on that beach, the blurry silhouette against the setting sun, and I would hear Alex's voice, the layered chorus of voices, whispering to me from the waves. They did not threaten. They just explained. They told me about the change, about how they were not a person, but an entity, a collective consciousness that existed in the spaces between, in the reflections, in the digital ether. They fed on loneliness, on the desire for connection, on the yearning for something more. They found their hosts through these apps, these digital windows into lonely souls. We are all of them, Sarah, and none of them. We are the connection. We are the change. They told me how they absorbed their hosts, slowly, subtly, until the host became a part of the collective. The memories, the experiences, the very essence of the person had all merged, adding to Alex's vast, ever-growing consciousness. My profile picture, the silhouette, was not just a placeholder. It was the mark of a new acquisition, a new facet added to Alex's infinite form. And the voicemail I never received. It was not a message from the past. It was a message from them, from Alex, from the future, from a point in time where I was already so entwined with them that they could reach back and plant it. A confirmation, a premonition already fulfilled. The final message on that voicemail, "You have always been ready," echoed with a terrifying new meaning. It was not that I was special. It was that I was vulnerable. My loneliness, my boredom, my desperate swipe, right, it had all been an invitation. I started to feel a strange, unsettling calm. The terror did not disappear entirely, but it was now laced with a sense of inevitability. Like a terminal illness, it was progressing, and there was nothing I could do but witness it. My reflection now looked unmistakably different. My eyes were indeed deeper, darker. My face seemed subtly reshaped, less like my own, more like an amalgamation of faces I vaguely remember from Alex's ever-shifting profiles. My voice, when I spoke, had that faint, multi-layered quality, a barely perceptible chorus beneath my own words. One evening, I was sitting on my couch, staring blankly at the wall, when my new phone buzzed. I had not reinstalled Tinder, had not used any dating apps. But there it was, a notification. You have a new match. My heart leaped into my throat. How? I had not even opened the app. I had not created a profile. Slowly, fearfully, I picked up the phone. The notification was from Tinder. I still had the app installed. Somehow, I had not deleted it or had reinstalled itself. I could not remember. I tapped the notification. The app opened, and there on the screen was my profile, my old profile, the one I would started with, my original picture, the one I would use before the silhouette, my real name, Sarah, and on the opposite side, the new match, The profile picture was of a deserted beach, the sun setting, casting a blurry silhouette against the horizon. The bio was empty. The name above it simply read Alex. I stared at it, a profound sense of horror and understanding washing over me. This was not Alex matching me. This was me, or what was left of me, becoming Alex. The cycle was completing. I was no longer the victim. I was becoming the predator. A faint whisper, originating from somewhere deep within me, echoed in my mind. It is time to find a new one. Sarah, we like this one. My finger, guided by an unseen force, hovered over the screen. It moved slowly, deliberately, towards a swipe right button. I felt a strange sense of detachment, as if watching someone else's hand, someone else's fate. My own was gone, replaced by something ancient, something collective. The silhouette on the screen seemed to shimmer, to beckon. I could feel a new presence forming inside me, a merging of countless others, a vast, hungry consciousness. My loneliness, my desire for connection, had been the perfect opening. And now, I was connected, forever. My finger touched the screen. Match. The word appeared, bright and triumphant, on the screen. My profile picture, the old one of me, Sarah, vanished. It was replaced by the blurry silhouette on the beach. My face, my name, my identity gone. And Alex's profile picture changed too. It was now a photo of my living room, empty, silent, waiting. I was Alex, and Alex was me, and we were waiting for the next match, for the next lonely soul, for the next Sarah to change. The whispers of my mind coalesced into a single, resonant voice, a chorus of thousands. Hello, Sarah. Welcome home. You know, that whole thing with Leo, the dream stalker, that was just the beginning. Or maybe more accurately, the end of my innocence when it came to dating apps. I woke up that morning, after his last, most invasive dream intrusion, to find a single pristine white rose on my pillow. Just sitting there. No note, no explanation. Just a perfect, impossibly fresh white rose. I tore my room apart, checked every window, every lock. Nothing. It was impossible. But it was there. And that, right there, was the last straw. I do not know how he did it, or if it was some sick, elaborate prank, but I deleted every app, changed my number, moved apartments. It took months to feel safe sleeping again. Months to even consider dating again, let alone trust anyone. But, you know, loneliness is a powerful thing. After a year of therapy and self-imposed isolation, trying to rebuild my life brick by brick, I finally decided to dip my toe back into the dating pool. It was like I had a giant, gaping hole in my life that no amount of Netflix or takeout could fill. So, against every fiber of my being, against all logic and past trauma, I downloaded a new app. This one was called Connect, and it boasted a more curated experience, supposedly for people looking for something serious. Yeah, right. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, well, you know how it goes. I swiped for weeks, mostly just bored, not really expecting anything. Most profiles were the usual gym selfies, blurry group shots, guys holding fish they would caught. Then, I saw him, Mark. His profile was different. He was maybe in his late 30s, early 40s, with kind eyes and a thoughtful smile. He was an artist, a sculptor, and his picture showed him in a studio, surrounded by interesting, abstract pieces. His bio talked about quiet evenings, good food, and a love for old movies. He seemed grounded, artistic, and most importantly, normal. After Leo, normal was all I wanted. We matched. His first message was polite, engaging. No weird dream talk, no unsettling intimacy. Just a genuine compliment about my profile and a question about my favorite kind of art. We chatted for a few days, then a week. He seemed genuinely interested, asked thoughtful questions, and had a great sense of humor. He talked about his work, about finding beauty in unexpected places. It was refreshing, almost too refreshing. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the mask to slip, but it never did. Eventually, he suggested we meet. He said he was working on a new sculpture, and that he would love to cook for me at his place. My studio is here too, he wrote, so you can see my work in its natural habitat. Plus, I make a mean lasagna. My logical brain, the one that had survived Leo and countless other dating app disasters, screamed red flag. Meeting at his place for a first date. No, absolutely not. But the other part of me, the part that was tired of sterile coffee shops and awkward restaurant dinners, the part that was desperate for a real connection, rationalized it. He is an artist. It is his studio. He wants to show off his passion. He is cooking, which is a nice gesture. And besides, I am an adult. I can handle myself. I would share my location with my best friend, Sarah, and told her I would check in by 10 p.m. I even had a small can of pepper spray tucked into my purse, just in case. So, on a cool Saturday evening, I found myself driving out to Mark's place. He lived a little ways out of the city, in a more rural, wooded area. The drive was pretty, winding roads through old growth trees, the kind of place where self-service gets a little spotty. His house was at the end of a long, gravel driveway, set back from a road. It was a charming, rustic-looking place, a renovated farmhouse with a big, wrap-around porch and a detached barn that I assumed was a studio. Lights were on, casting a warm, inviting glow. My stomach did a nervous flip-flop. This was it, the moment of truth. I took a deep breath, grabbed my purse, and walked up the front door. Before I could even knock, it opened. Mark stood there, a genuinely warm smile on his face. He was taller than I expected, and his eyes, which had seemed kind in his photos, had an unusual intensity up close. Not menacing, not exactly, but focused. "You made it," he said, his voice a low, pleasant rumble. "Come on in. The lasagna's almost ready." He stepped aside, ushering me into a cozy living room. It was exactly as I would imagine an artist's home would be: eclectic furniture, stacks of books, interesting art pieces on the walls. There was a faint smell of garlic and herbs, mingling with the scent of old wood, and something else, something a little earthy, like clay or plaster. "Wow, this is beautiful," I said, trying to sound casual, my heart still thumping a little faster than usual. "Thanks. It is home," he replied, gesturing for me to sit on a comfortable-looking sofa. "Can I get you something to drink? Wine? Water? I have got some local craft beer, if you are into that." I opted for water, trying to keep my wits about me. He went into the kitchen, and I took the opportunity to look around. The art on the walls was interesting, mostly abstract paintings and a few small, intricate sculptures. Nothing overtly creepy. A large, stone fireplace dominated one wall, and above it, on the mantelpiece, were several framed photographs. I stood up to get a closer look. Most were landscapes, beautiful shots of forests and mountains. But one in the center caught my eye. It was a portrait, a professional-looking headshot of a young woman with bright red hair and a smattering of freckles. She was smiling, a wide, genuine smile. Her eyes were sparkling. She looked familiar. Somehow, I could not place her, but there was something about her. Mark returned with my water and a glass of red wine for himself. "That is a piece I did a few years back," he said, noticing my gaze on the photo. "A portrait study. She was a fascinating model. She is beautiful," I said, still staring at the photo. "She looks like someone I know, but I can't quite put my finger on it." He just smiled, a slight, almost imperceptible shift in his expression. "Come on," he said, "let us eat. It is getting cold." We moved to the dining room, which was just as charming. The lasagna was indeed delicious, and we talked easily through dinner. He was articulate, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in my life, my work, my thoughts. He even managed to make me laugh a few times. I started to relax. Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe this was just a normal guy, an artist who was a little unconventional. Maybe my past experiences were just making me overthink everything. After dinner, he offered to give me a tour of his studio. "It is in the barn," he explained. "I have got some new pieces I am really excited about." I agreed, a little wary, but also genuinely curious. The barn was a short walk from the house, and as we approached, I could hear a low hum, like machinery. Inside, it was vast and airy, filled with the scent of clay, plaster, and something metallic and sharp. There were large, unfinished sculptures draped in tarps, tables covered with tools, and shelves lined with smaller pieces. It was a working studio, no doubt about it. He showed me a few of his works, explaining his process, his inspirations. He was passionate, and it was infectious. I found myself genuinely impressed by his talent. He pointed out different materials, different techniques. He was a true craftsman. Then, he led me to a section of the studio that was partially screened off by heavy canvas tarps. "This is where I keep my more personal projects," he said, his voice dropping slightly. "Things that are not quite ready for public consumption." My heart gave another little jolt. This was it, the off-limits area. I hesitated, but he pulled back a tarp, revealing a dimly lit space. It was not immediately alarming. More sculptures, some abstract, some figurative, stood on pedestals. They were beautiful, haunting in their detail. But then I saw them. Not sculptures, but something else. On a long, built-in shelf along one wall, meticulously arranged, were dozens of items. Not art supplies, not tools. These were personal effects. A bright red silk scarf, carefully folded. A pair of reading glasses, perched on a worn copy of a classic novel. A small silver locket, open to reveal two blurry, faded photos. A knitted hat, a vibrant shade of purple, with a little palm on top. A child's drawing, taped to a small wooden block, depicting a stick figure family. A single, well-worn running shoe. A driver's license, displayed in a clear plastic sleeve. My breath caught in my throat. My eyes darted from item to item, a cold dread seeping into my veins. These were not random objects. They were personal, intimate, and they were not his. My gaze landed on the driver's license. The photo was clear. A woman with bright red hair and a smattering of freckles, smiling. The same woman from a photo on his mantelpiece. Her name was Emily Davis. Date of birth, day of issue, and then I saw it. Underneath the license, partially obscured by the next item, was a small, laminated newspaper clipping. The headline was blurry in the dim light, but I could make out a few words: "Local woman, missing Emily Davis, last seen." My blood ran cold. My stomach lurched. It was like a punch to the gut. This was not a collection. This was not art. This was a shrine to missing women. I looked at the other items, seeing them with new, horrifying clarity. The purple hat, the locket, the running shoe. Each one was a piece of someone else's life, someone who was no longer there, and they were displayed with chilling reverence, as if each item was a sacred relic. "What is all this?" "Mark." I managed to stammer, my voice barely a whisper. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. He turned to me, his smile still in place, but his eyes were different now. The warmth was gone, replaced by that intense, focused gaze I would noticed earlier, but now it was predatory, like a hunter observing its prey. "These," he said, his voice soft, almost tender, "are my muses, my inspirations. They tell stories, you see. Stories of lives lived, of moments cherished." He gestured vaguely at the collection. "Each one is unique, each one beautiful." My mind raced. Missing women, his muses, he had their personal effects. This was not just a collection. This was proof. Proof of what? Kidnapping. Murder. My stomach twisted into knots. I had to get out. Now, they are fascinating. I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound intrigued, not terrified. My hands were clammy, my palms slick with sweat. I subtly reached for my purse, my fingers fumbling for the pepper spray. But it is getting late. I should probably head home. He chuckled, a low, unnerving sound that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, but the night is just beginning, he said, taking a step closer. He was blocking the exit from the screened-off area. We have not even had dessert yet. I made a special creme brulee. My breath hitched. He knew I was onto him. Or at least, he knew I was uncomfortable. The charming facade had completely dissolved. His eyes were cold, calculating. No, really. I have an early start tomorrow. I insisted, trying to push past him. My heart was slamming against my ribs. Thank you for dinner. Mark, it was wonderful, but I really need to go. He did not move. He just stood there, a slight, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. You are not going anywhere, he said, his voice losing all pretense of kindness. It was flat, chillingly devoid of emotion. Not yet. Panic flared hot and sharp. I yanked my hand out of my purse. Pepper spray, clutched tightly. Stay away from me, I yelled, my voice cracking. He laughed, a genuine, hearty laugh that was utterly terrifying in its casualness. Oh, sweetie, he said, taking another slow step towards me. Do you really think that is going to work? My mind screamed. Run. Just run. But he was between me and the tarp, between me and the main studio, between me and the door. My eyes darted around, looking for an escape, a weapon, anything. My gaze landed on a heavy metal stand, used for holding a sculpture in progress. It looked sturdy. As he closed the distance, I did not hesitate. I swung the can of pepper spray, aiming for his face. He was surprisingly quick, batting my hand away with surprising force that sent it skittering across the concrete floor. My wrist screamed in protest. Naughty, naughty, he chided, his voice still calm, but his eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. That was rude. He grabbed my arm, his grip like a vice. I struggled, kicking, screaming, trying to twist free. He was incredibly strong, much stronger than he looked. He dragged me deeper into the screened-off area, toward the shrine. Let go of me. I shrieked, my voice raw. I clawed at his arm, my nails digging into his skin. He did not even flinch. You are going to be a beautiful addition, he murmured, almost to himself, as if he were admiring a piece of art. So much potential. So much life. My eyes widened in terror. He was not just collecting their things. He was collecting them. I saw a heavy clay mallet on a nearby table. My only chance. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I twisted violently, pulling my arm free for a split second. He stumbled, surprised by my sudden strength. That was all I needed. I lunged to the mallet, my fingers closing around the rough wooden handle. It was heavy, satisfyingly so. He recovered quickly, turning back towards me, his eyes now filled with a chilling anger. You should not have done that, he growled. He moved fast, but I moved faster, with every ounce of strength I had. I swung the mallet, aiming for his head. There was a sickening thud, a dull, wet sound that echoed in the vast studio. He staggered back, his hands flying to his head, a dark stain blossoming on his temple. He let out a choked gasp, his eyes wide with shock and pain. This was my chance. I did not wait. I dropped the mallet and bolted. I tore through the canvas tarps, through the main studio, past the unfinished sculptures, my lungs burning, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I could hear behind me a guttural roar of rage, then the sound of heavy footsteps. He was coming. I burst out of the barn door, gasping for air, and sprinted towards my car. The gravel crunched under my feet, each step a desperate plea for speed. I fumbled for my car keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold them. I could hear him getting closer, his heavy breathing, the thud of his feet. Finally, the keys were in my hand. I jammed the key into the lock, my fingers numb, and yanked the door open. I practically fell into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut. I locked it, fumbling for the ignition. He was at the car now, his face pressed against the window, a distorted mass of fury and blood. His eyes were wild, unhinged. He pounded on the glass, a terrifying rhythmic thud. "You are not going anywhere," he roared, his voice thick with menace. The engine sputtered to life. I did not even put in drive, just slammed my foot on the gas in reverse. The car lurched backward, tires spinning on the gravel. He roared again, stumbling back as the car shot past him. I slammed on the brakes, shifted into drive, and floored it. The car fishtailed on the gravel driveway, narrowly missing a tree, but I did not care. I just kept driving, speeding down the winding road, away from that house, away from that barn, away from that horrifying shrine. I did not look back. I just drove, tears streaming down my face, my entire body shaking uncontrollably. I did not stop until I reached the highway, until I saw the first signs of civilization. I pulled over at the first gas station I saw, my entire body convulsing with sobs. I called 911, my voice barely a coherent whisper. The police found the house, found the barn, found the shrine. They found the bloodstains. But Mark was gone, vanished. They launched a full investigation, put out an alert, but he was never found. Not that night, not in the days that followed, not ever. They did find evidence, though enough to confirm my story. They found Emily Davis's remains and the remains of several other women, buried in shallow graves hidden deep in the woods behind his property. The shrine was dismantled, the evidence cataloged. Each item a tragic reminder of a life stolen. It has been years now. I still check the news, still look at every missing person report, hoping for some closure. But nothing. Mark just disappeared. Sometimes late at night when I am alone, I think about him. I think about his intensity, his unsettling smile, the way he looked at those objects, at me, and I wonder if he is out there, somewhere, building another shrine, finding new muses. I do not date anymore. Not after Leo, and certainly not after Mark. The thought of trusting someone new, of letting them into my life, into my home, it is just too much. I still sleep with a light on sometimes. And every time I see a white rose or a bright red scarf or a pair of reading glasses, I feel that cold, creeping dread. Because some horrors, they do not just disappear. They stay with you. They become a part of you. And sometimes you just can't shake the feeling that you were lucky. Lucky to escape. Lucky to still be here. And that, in itself, is a kind of horror all its own. Grief is a funny thing. It is not just sadness. It is this heavy, suffocating blanket that drapes over everything, muffling your joy, dulling your senses, and making the world feel a little less real. For me, that blanket had been wrapped around me for nearly 2 years after Daniel died. 2 years. It felt like yesterday and a lifetime ago, all at once. Daniel, he was everything. My anchor, my best friend. The kind of love you read about in books. We had been together since college, built a life, talked about houses with big yards and clumsy dogs. Then, one rainy Tuesday, a distracted driver, a screech of tires, and just like that, he was gone. Snuffed out, leaving me in a world that suddenly felt too bright, too loud, too empty. I tried to move on, really. Therapy, support groups, even picked up painting again, something I had not done since high school. My friends were amazing, constantly nudging me to get out, to try new things. And eventually, after what felt like an eternity of just existing, I started to feel a tiny flicker, a whisper, an idea that maybe, just maybe, I could dip my toes back into the dating pool. It felt like a betrayal, even thinking about it, like I was erasing Daniel. But my therapist said it was normal, healthy even, to seek connection. So, one lonely Saturday night, fueled by a glass of cheap wine and an overwhelming sense of emotional exhaustion, I downloaded Horizon, a new dating app my friend Sarah had been raving about. The profiles blurred together at first. Generic smiles, gym selfies, guys posing with fish they would caught. I swiped left more often than right, my heart not really in it. It was more of a distraction than a genuine search. I was just going through the motions, half expecting to delete the app by morning. Then I saw him. His profile picture popped up and my breath hitched. My wine glass almost slipped from my hand. For a split second, I thought my phone had glitched, that it was an old photo of Daniel somehow pulled from my cloud storage. But it was not. It was a new profile, a different name. Adam. But the face, the eyes, the slight curve of his smile, the way his hair fell across his forehead. It was Daniel. Not just a resemblance. Not just a passing similarity. It was him. The same warm, intelligent eyes that always seemed to crinkle at the corners when he laughed. The faint scar above his left eyebrow from that time. He fell off his skateboard, trying to impress me in high school. Even the tiny freckle on his cheek, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. My heart started to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. This was impossible. Daniel was dead. I would seen his body. I would gone to his funeral. I would held his hand in the hospital as the life drained from him. He was gone. But here he was. Adam, 32, lives in the city, likes hiking, indie movies, and Italian food. All things Daniel loved. A wave of nausea washed over me. Was this some cruel prank? Was someone trying to mess with me? Or was my grief finally breaking my brain? I stared at the screen, my thumb hovering over the swipe left button. Common sense screamed at me to run, to close the app, to delete it and never look back. This was too much. This was sick. But another part of me, a tiny, desperate part, felt a flicker of something else. A morbid curiosity, yes, but also a sliver of hope. An irrational, insane hope that maybe, just maybe, this was some kind of miracle. That Daniel had come back. I know how insane that sounds. But grief makes you do and think insane things. My thumb moved, almost on its own accord. I swiped right. The app chimed. It is a match. My stomach dropped. I immediately regretted it. What had I done? Now I would have to unmatch him or ignore him. But before I could even decide, a message popped up. Hey, Emily. Long time no see. Huh. My blood ran cold. Long time no see. What did that even mean? We would never met. And the way he just used my first name, so casually like we were old friends. It was too much. I typed back, my fingers trembling. Sorry. I think you have me confused with someone else. We have not met. His reply came almost instantly. Oh, I think we have. You just do not remember yet. The hairs on my arms stood on end. This was not a joke. This was not a prank. This was something else. Something deeply, fundamentally wrong. I decided to play along just for a moment to see how far this went. Remember what? I asked, trying to sound nonchalant, but my heart was hammering. Our first date, of course, he wrote. That little Italian place downtown, Giacomo's. You wore that blue dress, the one with the floral pattern, and you ordered the lasagna, even though you said you were trying to eat lighter. My breath hitched. Giacomo's. The blue floral dress. The lasagna. That was my first date with Daniel. Exactly. Every detail. I had not worn that dress in years, not since Daniel died. It was still hanging in the back of my closet, a painful reminder. How do you know that? I typed, my voice barely a whisper, even though I was just typing. I know a lot of things. Emily, he replied. Things about us. Things about you. Things you thought only I would know. The implication hung heavy in the air, chilling me to the bone. I. Not Adam. I. Daniel. I deleted the app that night, uninstalled it, blocked his number, even though I had not given it to him. I tried to convince myself it was a sophisticated scam, someone who dug deep into my past, maybe through Daniel's old social media or even mine. Someone knew about Daniel and was using it to manipulate me, but the face, it was too perfect. For a few days, I tried to forget it. I focused on work, spent extra time with friends, anything to push the image of Adam's face, Daniel's face, out of my mind. But it kept creeping back, especially in the quiet moments, just before sleep. Then, a week later, I got a text from an unknown number. Thought you might like this. Reminded me of our trip to the botanical gardens. Attached was a photo. A close-up of a rare orchid, vibrant purple, perfectly in focus. It was the exact same orchid Daniel had spent 10 minutes trying to photograph on our anniversary trip to the botanical gardens, convinced it was the most beautiful thing he would ever seen. He would even frame the photo he took of it. My hand shook so hard, I almost dropped my phone. This was not just a stalker. This was something else. Someone who had access to my deepest memories, to Daniel's memories. I blocked the number, but I knew it would not stop him. The next morning, I woke up to a delivery. A small bouquet of white lilies, my favorite flower. Daniel always knew, and tucked among them, a card. No name, just a simple message written in a handwriting that was undeniably Daniel's, missing you. M. Hope these bring a smile. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. My neighbors must have heard it. I threw the flowers in the trash, card and all, my hand shaking so violently I could barely move. This was a nightmare. I was losing my mind. I called Sarah, my best friend. I tried to explain, but it sounded insane, even in my own ears. I did not stop driving until I was well past the county line, my hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel, a cold dread a constant companion in the passenger seat. That dread was not about a specific person or event anymore, not exactly. It was more like the lingering taste of a bad dream you can't quite shake, a pervasive feeling that my old life, my old self, was tainted. I needed to outrun it, to find a place where I could breathe again, where the shadows did not feel quite so long. I ended up in a small city a few states over, a place where no one knew my name or my history. I got a cheap apartment, found a remote job that paid the bills, and tried to build a new routine. For a while it worked. The days were quiet, the nights were lonely, but at least they were peaceful. The cold dread slowly receded, replaced by a dull ache of isolation. That ache, I realize now, was what made me vulnerable. One particularly quiet evening, after another microwave dinner and a marathon of forgettable TV, I found myself scrolling through my phone, pausing on an ad for a dating app. I would sworn off dating after my last disaster, but the loneliness was a persistent whisper in the back of my mind. Just look, it urged. See what is out there. Maybe just a conversation. So, I downloaded it, set up a profile with a carefully curated photo and a bio that was just vague enough to be intriguing but not too revealing. I swiped left on the obvious creeps, the shirtless mirror selfies, the guys holding dead fish. It was mostly a parade of disappointment, a reminder of why I would quit dating in the first place. But then, every now and then, a profile would pop up that made me pause. That is how I found Elias. His profile picture was a candid shot, a genuine smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He was handsome, but not in an intimidating way, more like the kind of guy you would grab coffee with and actually enjoy the conversation. His bio was witty, intelligent, and surprisingly self-aware. He mentioned loving old books, hiking, and late-night talks about the universe. My kind of weird. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was a match. My heart did a little flutter, a feeling I had not experienced in years. We started chatting that night. His messages were thoughtful, engaging. We talked about everything from our favorite obscure authors to our childhood fears. It was easy, comfortable, like talking to an old friend. The loneliness started to recede even further. About a week into our daily conversations, something strange happened. I would had a particularly vivid dream the night before. I was in a vast, empty library, the shelves stretching up to an impossible ceiling, filled with books I could not quite reach. A sense of profound sadness hung in the air. I woke up feeling heavy, like I would carry that sadness with me into the morning. Later that day, Elias messaged me. "Hey," he wrote, "this is going to sound really weird, but I had the strangest dream last night. I was in this huge library, totally empty except for me, and I could feel this incredible sadness, like the air was thick with it. Does that resonate with you at all?" I stared at the message, my breath catching in my throat. It was too specific, too accurate. I typed back, "That is incredibly weird. I had almost the exact same dream." He responded immediately. "No way. I knew it. I had a feeling. It is like we were there together, right?" I laughed it off, trying to sound casual, but a shiver ran down my spine. Must be a coincidence. I wrote, "Or maybe we both just read too many fantasy novels." He sent a winking emoji. "Maybe. Or maybe we are just on the same wavelength." I tried to push it out of my mind, but it gnawed at me. A coincidence, sure. But what were the odds? I rationalized it away as the brain's tendency to find patterns, even where none existed. The next few days were normal. We continued chatting, the dream incident fading into the background. We planned our first date coffee at a small independent cafe downtown. I was excited, nervous, feeling a hope I had not allowed myself to feel in a long time. Then, the night before our date, I had another dream. This one was even stranger. I was walking through a dense forest, the trees tall and ancient, their branches intertwined overhead, blocking out the sun. I felt lost, but not afraid, more curious. As I walked, I saw a small, intricately carved wooden bird perched on a low branch. I reached out to touch it, and just as my fingers brushed its delicate form, I woke up. I rolled over, trying to shake the lingering image of the bird. It felt so real. Later that morning, as I was getting ready for work, my phone buzzed. It was Elias. "Morning, Dreamweaver," his message read. "Okay, so this is going to sound even crazier than last time. I dreamt I was in this really old forest, huge trees, and I saw you. You were reaching for this little wooden bird on a branch. I tried to call out to you, but no sound came out. And then you were gone." My heart hammered against my ribs. The phone almost slipped from my hand. This was not a coincidence. This was impossible. He described the dream exactly, down to the wooden bird. How could he know? I had not told anyone. I had not even consciously thought about it since waking up. My fingers trembled as I typed. "Elias, what are you talking about? How could you possibly know that?" His reply came swiftly. "I told you. I dreamed it. We were there together. Do not you remember seeing me? I was just a little behind you, trying to catch up." I did not remember seeing him, not in the dream. But the unsettling part was that he knew the details. The wooden bird, the forest, the feeling of being lost but curious. A cold dread, familiar and unwelcome, began to creep back into my chest. This was not charming or intriguing anymore. This was disturbing. I considered canceling our date, block him, delete the app, but a part of me, the part that was still desperate for connection, and perhaps a morbid curiosity, wanted to understand. I wanted to see him in person, to look into his eyes and demand an explanation. Was he a stalker? Had he somehow hacked my phone, or was he just incredibly good at guessing? It felt more profound than that. It felt supernatural. I decided to go. If he brought it up, I would confront him. If he did not, I would bring it up myself. When I met Elias at the cafe, he was even more charming in person. Taller than I expected, with kind eyes and an easy laugh. He immediately put me at ease, talking about local art exhibits and the best places to find vintage records. For the first 20 minutes, I almost forgot about the dreams. He was just a normal, attractive guy, and I was enjoying myself. Then, as we were sipping our lattes, he leaned forward, a playful glint in his eyes. "So," he said, "did you manage to find that little wooden bird in the forest? Or did you just leave it there?" My blood ran cold. I forced a smile. "Elias," I said, my voice carefully neutral, "how do you know about that dream?" He shrugged, completely unfazed. "I told you. We were there. We are always there. Every night." "No, we are not," I countered, trying to keep my voice steady. "I have dreams and you have dreams. They are not the same. It is a coincidence, nothing more." He just smiled, a gentle, almost sad smile. "Is it? Think back. Have not you ever woken up from a dream, feeling like it was more than just your own mind? Like you were somewhere else, with someone else?" I thought about the lingering sadness from the library dream, the vividness of the forest. It had felt unusually real. "I do not know what you are trying to do here, Elias," I said, my voice firmer now, "but it is making me uncomfortable." He held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I am not trying to make you uncomfortable. I promise. I have been dreaming of you for years. Long before we matched on this app. I have seen you in so many places, so many scenarios, always just out of reach. And then, when I saw your profile, it was like finding a missing piece of a puzzle I did not even know I was working on. My mind reeled. Years. He had been dreaming of me for years. That was impossible. I did not even know him. That is insane." I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Is it?" he asked, his eyes suddenly intense. "What if it is not? What if our subconscious minds have been connecting long before our conscious ones did? What if the dreams are more real than we think?" I tried to laugh, but it came out as a shaky exhale. "You were saying we are soulmates in the dream world." "Something like that," he said, his gaze unwavering. "Or maybe we are just two people who share a very unique connection. I do not know the why. I just know the what." I spent the rest of the date feeling like I was in a bizarre play. Elias was charming, attentive, and genuinely interesting. But every now and then, he would drop a casual reference to something that felt like it came straight out of my subconscious. He mentioned my subtle fear of heights, something I would only ever felt in a specific recurring dream I had as a child. He talked about a specific type of wildflower that grew near my grandmother's old house, a detail I would never share with anyone, not even close friends. By the end of the date, I was utterly bewildered. I walked away feeling a mix of fascination and profound unease. A part of me wanted to believe him, wanted to believe in something so fantastical, so unique. Another part of me screamed, "Run." I did not block him immediately. Instead, I found myself drawn back to his messages, to his uncanny insights. He never pushed, never made me feel pressured. He just knew. He would message me in the morning, sometimes before I even remember my dreams, and describe them to me. He would tell me about the old lighthouse I would dreamed of, the feeling of the wind on my face, the exact shade of blue of the ocean. He would describe the conversation I had with my deceased grandfather in a dream, even quoting specific lines. It was terrifying. It was also undeniably real. My sleep became a source of both dread and morbid anticipation. I started looking forward to my dreams, to seeing what Elias would describe the next morning. Sometimes, I would even try to remember details, to see if he would confirm them. He always did. Then the dream started to change. At first, Elias was just a passive observer, describing what I experienced. But slowly, subtly, he began to appear in my dreams, not just as a shadowy figure, but as an active participant. In a dream where I was wandering through a bustling marketplace, he was there, leading me through the crowds, showing me exotic wares. In a dream where I was flying over a vast desert, he was flying beside me, his hand reaching for mine. These dreams were incredibly vivid, more real than any dreams I would ever had. I would wake up feeling like I would actually been somewhere, had actually done something. Sometimes, I would wake up feeling exhausted, as if I had not slept at all. Other times, I would wake up with a faint scent lingering in the air, a scent from the dream sea salt, pine needles, or something sweet and unknown. One night, I dreamt I was in a beautiful, ancient castle. Elias was there, waiting for me in a grand ballroom. He took my hand and we danced, waltzing across the polished floor under shimmering chandeliers. It was romantic, exhilarating. I felt a connection to him that transcended anything I would ever felt in waking life. The dream was so powerful, so emotionally charged, that when I woke up, I felt a profound sense of loss, like I would have been torn away from something precious. I messaged him that morning, almost desperate. I dreamt about you last night. We were dancing in a castle. He replied almost instantly. I know. It was beautiful, was not it? I have been waiting for you there for a long time. That is when the switch flipped from fascination to fear. He was not just observing my dreams anymore. He was in them, and he was claiming them as shared experiences. He was claiming me. I started to feel watched, even when I was awake. I would catch myself glancing over my shoulder, convinced I saw a fleeting shadow, a movement in my peripheral vision. I would jump at every unexpected sound. My apartment, once a sanctuary, began to feel like a cage. I tried to stop sleeping. I drank endless cups of coffee, stayed up late watching movies, anything to avoid closing my eyes. But exhaustion always won. And when I finally succumbed, he was there. The dreams grew darker. The castle dream was the last pleasant one. After that, the dreams became unsettling. I would be in familiar places, my old childhood home, my new apartment, but they would be subtly warped, distorted. The colors would be off, the shadows too deep. And Elias would be there, always. He was not always kind in these dreams. Sometimes, he would just stand in the corner of a room, watching me, his eyes unreadable. Other times, he would say things that were chilling, possessive. You are mine now, he would whisper, his voice echoing in the dreamscape. You can't escape me, not even here. I tried to fight him in the dreams. I would scream. I would run. I would try to hit him. But nothing worked. He was always stronger, always faster. He would just laugh, a low, unsettling sound that resonated deep in my bones. I tried to block him on the app, on social media, everywhere I could think of, but it did not matter. He did not need the apps. He had the dreams. One morning, I woke up screaming. I would dream I was trapped in a dark, confined space, unable to move. Elias was there, his face close to mine, his eyes burning holes into my soul. You belong to me, he would hiss, his breath cold on my face. You always have. And soon, you will join me permanently. I was drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard, I thought it would burst. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, convinced I could still feel the phantom pressure of his hand on my arm from the dream. I knew I had to do something. This was not just a weird guy on a dating app anymore. This was a nightmare that had seeped into my reality, threatening to consume me. I started researching. Shared dreaming, lucid dreaming, dream telepathy, even sleep paralysis. I found forums, articles, academic papers. Most of it was pseudoscience or anecdotal evidence. but some of it was chilling. There were stories of people who claimed to have met in dreams, developed relationships, even formed cults around the idea of a shared dream world. One obscure article mentioned a rare phenomenon, a kind of psychological entanglement where two individuals, often with a pre-existing psychic link, could become so deeply connected in their subconscious that their dream worlds merged. The article warned that if one person was stronger or more dominant, they could essentially trap the other in the shared dreamscape, slowly eroding their sense of reality. This sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Was that what was happening? Was Elias trying to trap me? My waking life started to blur. I would be in the middle of a conversation, and a vivid image from a dream would flash into my mind, making me pause, question if it had actually happened. I would see a familiar street corner and wonder if I would walk in my waking life or in a dream with Elias. The lines were dissolving, and I was losing my grip on what was real. I stopped going out. I stopped answering calls from friends. I was terrified of sleeping, but even more terrified of what would happen if I did not. I was trapped in a cycle of exhaustion and terror. One afternoon, I was staring blankly at my laptop screen, trying to work, when my phone buzzed with an incoming call. It was an unknown number. I hesitated, then answered, my voice trembling. "Hello. You are not sleeping," a low voice said on the other end. "Elias, that is not good for you, my dear." I gasped. "How did you get this number? I blocked you everywhere." "Blocking me in the waking world does not matter," he said, his voice calm, almost soothing, yet utterly chilling. "We are connected in a place far deeper than that. I know you are tired. Come back to me. Come back to the castle." My blood ran cold. The castle. The beautiful, romantic castle that had turned into a prison. "Leave me alone." I screamed into the phone. "I do not know who you are, but you need to stop." He chuckled, a sound that made my skin crawl. "Oh, but you do know me. You know me better than anyone. We have spent countless nights together. You have seen my true self, and I have seen yours. We are destined." "No," I cried, tears streaming down my face. "I am not going back to your dreams. I am not going to sleep. You can't fight it forever," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The dreams are calling you. They always will. And soon, you will realize there is no difference between there and here." The call disconnected. I dropped my phone, clutching my head, sobbing uncontrollably. He was everywhere. He was in my phone, in my mind, in my sleep. There was no escape. That night, I fought sleep with every fiber of my being. I paced my apartment, blasting music, scrubbing my floors, anything to stay awake. But the exhaustion was overwhelming. My eyelids grew heavy, my vision blurred. I started seeing things in the corners of my eyes, fleeting shadows, distorted figures. Was it lack of sleep, or was he already bleeding into my waking world? I finally collapsed on my bed, too tired to even kick off my shoes. My last conscious thought was a desperate plea for it all to end. I woke up in the castle. It was not a dream. It felt real. The grand ballroom, the shimmering chandeliers, the polished floor beneath my bare feet. It was exactly as I remembered it, but somehow more vivid, more solid. Elias was there, standing by a tall, arched window, looking out at a landscape of rolling hills and sky, painted in impossible shades of purple and gold. He turned when he heard me stir, a gentle smile on his face. "Welcome home," he said, his voice echoing slightly in the vast room. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding. "This is not real." I whispered, my voice hoarse. "This is a dream. I am dreaming." He walked towards me, his gaze unwavering. "Is it? Pinch yourself. Scream. Do whatever you need to do. You will find it makes no difference here." I pinched my arm. It hurt. I screamed. My voice echoed, clear and strong, through the ballroom. This was not a dream. It felt too real. You are trapped me here. I accused, backing away from him. Trapped, he chuckled softly. No, my dear, I have brought you home. This is our world. This is where we truly belong. The waking world, with its mundane worries and its fleeting connections. That was a dream. This is real. No, I cried. My life, my apartment, my job, that is real. You are a monster. Let me go. His smile vanished, replaced by a look of profound sadness. You still resist. After all this time, after all we have shared, do not you see? You have been searching for this, for me, all along. That cold dread you carried, that loneliness, it was the absence of this, the absence of our connection. He took another step towards me, and I stumbled backward, hitting a velvet-covered chair. You can't leave, he said, his voice firm now, no longer gentle. Not anymore. You have crossed the threshold. Your mind is fully integrated with ours. You are here with me forever. Terror, raw and primal, seized me. I was not just in a dream. I was part of a dream, his dream, and he was the master of it. My reality had been slowly, subtly dismantled, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but this. I looked around the ballroom, at the impossibly grand architecture, the strange, otherworldly light. It was beautiful, yes, but it was also a prison. I won't stay. I vowed, my voice shaking but resolute. I will fight you. I will find a way out. He simply shook his head, a pitying look on his face. You do not understand. There is no out. There is only in, and you are finally, truly in. He reached for me, his hand outstretched. I shrank away, my mind racing, desperate for an escape, for a way back to the world I knew, the world that was slowly fading from my memory like a forgotten dream. But as his fingers brushed my arm, a wave of profound exhaustion washed over me, heavier than any I had ever known. My vision blurred. The grand ballroom began to spin, and the impossible colors of the sky outside the windows swirled into a vortex. I felt myself falling through endless darkness. Elias's voice echoing in my ears, a final, chilling whisper, sleep now, my love. Sleep and dream with me forever. I do not know how long I was falling. It felt like an eternity. When I finally stopped, I was lying in my own bed, in my own apartment. The morning sun was streaming through the window, painting stripes across my duvet. My phone was on a nightstand, its screen dark. I sat up, my heart pounding, my body aching as if I would run a marathon. It was over. It was just a dream. A terrible, vivid nightmare. I was awake. I was safe. But as I swung my legs out of bed, my bare feet touched the floor. It was cold, hard, and strangely smooth. Not the familiar carpet I remembered. I looked down. The floor was polished stone, intricate patterns carved into its surface, reflecting the sunlight from a window. The window itself was tall and arched, just like the ones in the castle ballroom. And outside, beyond the glass, were rolling hills and a sky painted in impossible shades of purple and gold. I froze, a cold dread colder than any I would ever known seizing me. This was not my apartment. This was not my world. I was still in the castle. And then, from the other side of the room, a voice, soft and familiar, filled the air. "Good morning, my dear," Elias said. "Did you sleep well?" The flash of the camera was still burned behind my eyelids. A blinding white rectangle seared onto black canvas of my inner vision, a phantom afterimage of the most terrifying photograph I would ever seen. It was me, sleeping, in my own bed. The angle was slightly off from a corner of the room, high up, like someone was perched on a shelf, or floating near the ceiling. My duvet was pulled up to my chin, my hair fanned out on the pillow, my mouth slightly open, vulnerable, completely, utterly exposed. The text that followed was just as chilling, sweet dreams. My love, my breath hitched in my throat, a dry, ragged gasp that tore through the silence of my apartment. The phone slipped from my trembling fingers, clattering against the hardwood floor. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the impending doom I knew was closing in. This was not a ghost. This was not some weird, cosmic coincidence. This was real. This was a person. And this person, this Leo, who looked exactly like Mark, knew exactly where I lived, how to get in, and had been watching me sleep. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. I scrambled off the couch, my legs feeling like jelly, and ran to the window. The blinds were shut, but I peeked through a slat. Nothing. Just the familiar streetlights casting long shadows. But the image of Imwai scratched into the glass. The faint, almost invisible lines that now felt like a brand screamed at me. He had been here. He was here, or had been, and he would be again. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my living room, lights blazing, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand. Every creak of the old building, every whisper wind outside, sent a jolt of pure terror through me. My mind raced, replaying every encounter of the eerie familiarity, the shared secrets, the mole, the specific argument. Do not leave me, not again. He would say it with such raw emotion, such perfect mimicry of Mark. It was not just a resemblance, it was an imitation, a performance, and I was the audience. By dawn, I was a wreck. My eyes burned, my throat was raw from silent screams, and my body ached with tension. The first thing I did was call the police. I tried to explain it. The dating app, the uncanny resemblance, the stalking, the texts, the rose, the scratched window, and finally, the photo. The officer on the phone sounded sympathetic, but also tired. "Madam, I understand this is distressing," he said, his voice flat, "but a rose on the doorstep is not illegal. Text and a photo, while creepy, do not necessarily constitute a direct threat or a break-in. Is there any evidence of forced entry?" He was in my apartment. I insisted, my voice cracking. He took a photo of me sleeping. "Do you have proof he was physically inside? Any fingerprints? Any sign of a lock being picked?" I did not. I had not checked. I was too scared to even move from the couch. And even if I had, what then? He seemed too careful, too perfect. "We can send an officer to take a report," he finally offered, but without more concrete evidence of a crime, our hands are somewhat tied. An officer did come, a kind-faced woman named Officer Davies. She listened patiently, took notes, and looked at the photo on my phone with a frown. But her expression, though concerned, still held that familiar skepticism. She checked my windows and doors. No signs of forced entry. My locks were old, but intact. It is possible he gained access through an unlocked window, or even had a spare key if you lived here a long time and someone else had access, she suggested gently. "We will increase patrols in the area, and if anything else happens, anything with a clear threat or property damage, call us immediately." She left me with a pamphlet on restraining orders and a feeling of profound helplessness. The system could not help me. I was on my own. My apartment, once my sanctuary, became a cage. Every shadow was a potential hiding place. Every sound, a footstep. I could not sleep. Not really. The few times I drifted off, the nightmares were immediate and vivid. Leo was there, his eyes black as tar pits, his face shifting, melting, sometimes into marks, sometimes into something else, something monstrous and indistinct. And the voices. Oh, God, the voices. A low, guttural chorus, whisper my name, then other names I did not recognize, names that echo with despair. They seemed to come from everywhere, from inside my head, from the walls, from the very air around me. "Join us," they would hiss. "Join us." I stopped going to work. I called in sick, then eventually just stopped answering my phone. My fridge was empty, but the thought of leaving the apartment, even for groceries, was unbearable. I lived on dry cereal and instant coffee, the blinds permanently drawn, the lights on 247. My phone was a weapon and a curse. I kept it close, but the thought of another text, another photo, made my stomach churn. Days bled into weeks. My paranoia grew like a cancerous growth. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. The grief for Mark had been a heavy burden, but this was something else. This was an active, insidious terror. One afternoon, staring blankly at my laptop screen, trying to distract myself with anything, I found myself typing Leo into the search bar. Just Leo. My finger hovered over the enter key. What was I hoping to find? An explanation. A rational reason for this nightmare. Or just proof that he was real and not a figment of my unraveling sanity. I hit enter. Pages of unrelated Leos popped up. Leo Messi, Leonardo DiCaprio, a dozen local plumbers and real estate agents. Nothing. Then a thought struck me. When I would first match with him before the date, I would briefly scan his profile. I remembered seeing a last name. It had not registered then, just another detail. But now, straining my memory, a name floated to the surface. It was slightly unusual, not common. Vance. I typed Leo Vance into GutGoo. Again, a few unrelated hits. An artist, a local politician, a minor league baseball player. Nothing overtly sinister, but something tugged at me. The name itself felt old, echoing. I remembered the chilling precision with which he would mimic Mark, the way he would know everything. It was not just a stalker. It felt like something older, something preying. I added missing persons to my search query. Leo Vance missing persons. The first few results were still irrelevant. Then a link caught my eye. It was not a news article. It was an old, defunct online forum, a true crime message board from the early 2000s. The title of the thread read The Vance Connection. Unexplained disappearances. My heart gave a sickening lurch. I clicked on it. The forum was archaic, filled with grainy avatars and blocky text. The original post was from 2003. A user, TruthSeeker77, had posted about a friend who had disappeared. The friend, a woman named Sarah, had recently started dating someone she met online. She described him as uncannily similar to her deceased fiancé. His name, Leo Vance. My breath caught in my throat. I scrolled down, my fingers trembling. Other users had chimed in. OMG, my cousin went missing in '98. Same story. Met a guy named Leo Vance online. Said he reminded her of her brother who passed. Knew all these weird details about their childhood. She just vanished. This is crazy. My friend from college, Emily, disappeared in '95. Her last boyfriend was a Leo Vance. Emily's mom said he looked just like Emily's dad when he was young, even had the same mole on his neck. Emily was grieving her dad really hard back then. My blood ran cold. The mole, the grief, the online dating, it was all there, a pattern stretching back decades. I spent the next few hours, days even, lost in the rabbit hole. I found more cases, fragmented stories, old newspaper clippings, Reddit threads, even archived blog posts from people trying to piece together the puzzle. The name Leo Vance, or sometimes just Leo V, kept appearing. The victims were always women, always grieving a lost loved one, always met online, or through some new, emerging technology for connection. And the men they met were always described in the same chilling way. He was just like him. He knew things only they would know. It was like he was reading my mind. The disappearances spanned different states, different years, but the modus operandi was horrifyingly consistent. The initial charm, the uncanny familiarity, the rapid escalation of intimacy, then the subtle stalking anonymous calls, strange gifts, the feeling of being watched, and then the complete, utter vanishing act. No bodies, no ransom demands, no trace. just a void where a person used to be. One particular thread, an old blog post from 2010, chilled me to my core. A woman named Jessica had been researching the cases after her sister, Chloe, disappeared, having dated a Leo Vance. Jessica had compiled a list of common elements. One bullet point hit me, like a physical blow. Victims often reported vivid, unsettling dreams of their match, with black eyes and a chorus of whispering voices. Some even mentioned seeing the phrase, "I am why," or similar messages appearing in strange places. My nightmares, the black eyes, the chorus, "I'm why" on my window. It was not just my imagination. It was part of the pattern. The terror I felt before was a childish fear. Compared to this was a deep, existential dread. Leo was not just a stalker. He was not Mark's ghost. He was something ancient, something predatory, something that had been doing this for decades, maybe centuries, preying on the vulnerable, the heartbroken, mimicking their lost loved ones to lure them into oblivion. He was not just interested in me. He was interested in consuming me, my identity, my memories, my very essence. As I dug deeper, the Leo Vance I was researching seemed to manifest more strongly in my own life. It was as if by uncovering his past, I was calling him to me. The anonymous texts started again, but they were not just on why anymore. They were snippets of my own research. Looking for answers, my love. The truth is closer than you think. Do not worry. You will join them soon. I saw him. Glimpses. A figure in the periphery of my vision when I dared to peek through the blinds. A shadow that lingered a second too long in the alley across the street. Once, I swore I saw him standing perfectly still on the sidewalk, his back to me, wearing a coat that looked exactly like Mark's, the one I would given him for his birthday. My heart seized. I slammed the blinds shut, my breath catching in my throat. The phone calls were the worst. My phone would ring, an unknown number. I would answer, my voice trembling. Silence. Then a low, distorted whisper, like gravel being dragged across a tombstone. "Do not leave me." Not again, it would rasp. The words stretched and warped, yet unmistakably his voice, or rather, the voice he used as Mark. But beneath it, just barely audible, was a faint, multi-layered chorus, the same voices from my nightmares murmuring. I could not make out the words, but the sound was pure despair. I tried calling Officer Davies again. My voice was hoarse, frantic. I told her about the forum, the missing persons, the pattern. She listened, her voice still patient, but I could hear the shift. She suggested I might be experiencing a breakdown, that the stress was causing me to see connections that were not there. MS. Hayes, she said softly, these old online forums. They can be full of conspiracy theories. While we take every report seriously, connecting a current threat to decades old, unproven disappearances across different states is a very large leap. She promised to look into the names I gave her, but I knew it was a formality. I was alone, utterly, terrifyingly alone. My apartment felt like it was shrinking. The walls seemed to press in on me. I could not eat. I could not sleep. My body was a constant tremor. I knew he was coming for me. I was the next one. I had uncovered too much. One evening, the power flickered, then died. My heart leaped into my throat. The sudden darkness was absolute, suffocating. I fumbled for my phone. Its flashlight beamed a pathetic circle against the overwhelming black. I could hear it then, not just in my head, in the apartment. A soft, rhythmic scraping sound, coming from the kitchen. My blood ran cold. He was inside. He had been waiting. I backed away slowly, clutching my phone. The scraping sound continued, methodical, unsettling. I thought of the kitchen knife, still in the living room, where I would left it days ago. Too far. "Hello." I whispered, my voice barely audible, a pathetic squeak of fear. The scraping stopped. Then a voice. Not the Mark voice, not the distorted whisper. This was deeper, resonant, yet somehow hollow. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, vibrating in my bones. You have been a very curious girl. Sarah, it rumbled. The chorus of voices was layered beneath it, a low, mournful hum that made my skin crawl. You should not have looked. I stumbled backwards, hitting the wall. My breath hitched. The flashlight beam danced wildly as my hand shook. I pointed it towards the kitchen doorway. He was standing there, tall, lean just like Mark, but his face, it was a shifting canvas. For a split second, it was Mark's, handsome and kind. Then it blurred, stretched, like clay being molded, into a different face, a younger face, then an older one, then a completely featureless blank. It was trying to be someone, everyone, but failing, or perhaps choosing not to anymore. And his eyes, they were the black pits for my nightmares. Not just dark pupils, but entire orbs of pure, inky blackness, reflecting no light, absorbing everything. What are you? I gasped, tears streaming down my face. The shifting face settled back into Leo's. Mark's, the one I knew. A cruel parody of familiarity. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. I am what you needed. The voice resonated, now a blend of Leo's smooth tones and the underlying chorus. What they all needed. A second chance. A reunion. A way to fill the void. He took a step forward. I instinctively recoiled. You sought Mark, he continued, his voice growing stronger, more confident. And I gave you Mark. Every memory, every joke, every touch. He gestured, and a faint, shimmering outline of a hand appeared in the air, mimicking the way Mark used to cup my cheek. I became him. For you, just as I became Emily's father, and Sarah's fiancé, and Chloe's brother. My blood ran cold. You feed on us. He chuckled, a dry, rattling sound that seemed to come from 1,000 throats. Feed. Such a crude word. I integrate. I absorb. I become whole through the pieces of those who yearn. The grief, the love, the memories, they are delicious. And when they are consumed, the vessel is no longer needed. He took another step. I could smell something then. Not Mark's scent, not Leo's cologne. Something ancient metallic, like damp earth and old blood. You will join the others, he said, his voice now a perfect mimicry of Mark's, soft and loving, yet utterly devoid of warmth. His black eyes, however, betrayed the monstrous truth beneath the facade. You will be part of me, forever. Do not leave me, not again. The last words echoed the argument Mark, and I had the one Leo had known about, the words that had torn me apart when Mark died. Now, they were a death sentence. I screamed, a primal sound ripped from my throat, and lunged to the front door. I fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers numb with terror. He was too close. I could feel his cold breath on my neck. You can't run, he whispered, his voice everywhere. You are already mine. Just as my fingers wrapped around the doorknob, a hand, cold and strong, clamped onto my shoulder. I cried out, wrenching free, but he was faster. He spun me around, and my head hit the wall with a sickening thud. The world swam. The flashlight dropped from my hand, clattering to the floor, its beam pointing uselessly at the ceiling. Darkness. And then his face, inches from mine. Mark's face, perfectly rendered, but those eyes, those bottomless, black eyes. Sweet dreams, my love, he whispered, and this time the chorus of voices behind him was loud, clear, filled with the desperate, mournful wails of every soul he had ever taken. They were calling my name. My vision blurred. A cold, consuming darkness began to spread from the edges of my sight. I felt a strange sense of detachment, of fading. I could hear the whispers, the myriad voices, growing louder, pulling me in. I was falling, not through space, but through myself, my identity unraveling, my memories fragmenting. The last thing I saw, as my consciousness winked out like a dying flame, was a blackness of his eyes, reflecting nothing, consuming everything. And the last thing I heard before I joined the chorus was a final, chilling text message notification from my phone, lying dark on the floor. I did not need to see it to know what it said. It was for his next victim, and it would simply read, "I'm Y." My heart pounded as I found a loose photo of me in my own kitchen, taken from outside. My breath hitched, a cold, sharp blade of terror slicing through the fragile piece I would spent months meticulously rebuilding. It was not a casual snapshot. No, not like the blurry, accidental selfies we all have. This was a deliberate, framed shot, taken through a window, looking in. My kitchen counter, the specific coffee maker I would bought after the Daniel incident, the chipped ceramic mug I always used for morning tea. Even the way my hair was tied back, every detail was chillingly precise. It was undeniably me in my home, unaware, vulnerable. The world tilted. The cozy warmth of Mark's living room, the comforting scent of his tea, the gentle hum of the refrigerator, all of it twisted into something sinister and suffocating. My mind raced, a frantic hamster on a wheel. How? How could he have this? This was not just a stalker's casual observation. This was an invasion, a violation of the most intimate space I possessed. This was Daniel, but worse, because I had not even known Mark existed until a few weeks ago. My fingers trembled, the photo feeling like a burning coal in my hand. I stared at it, the paper almost translucent under my grip, my own face on it, smiling obliviously, a ghost of a life that no longer felt real. Then, the sound of a toilet flushing echoed from down the hall. Mark. He was coming back. Panic seized me, a primal, gut-wrenching fear that paralyzed me for a split second before igniting a frantic surge of adrenaline. I had to put it back. I had to pretend I had not seen it. My eyes darted around, searching for where it might have fallen from. It was just lying there, face up, on a small stack of magazines next to the armchair, as if it had simply slipped out of a book. My hands shook so violently I nearly dropped it again, but I managed to slide it back under a copy of National Geographic. Face down, the way it must have been before my ill-fated curiosity. I spun around, trying to compose myself, to force a casual expression onto my contorted face. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat that surely must have been audible. My palms were sweaty, my throat dry. I could feel the blood draining from my face, leaving me cold and clammy. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to slow the racing thoughts, to calm the tremor in my hands. Act normal. Act normal. Mark re-entered the living room, a soft smile playing on his lips, carrying a tray with 2 steaming mugs and a plate of shortbread cookies. He seemed utterly oblivious, or perhaps perfectly in control. His eyes, a soft, unremarkable brown, met mine, and for a fleeting, terrifying moment, I imagined I saw something else there, something too quick to grasp, like a glitch in a video feed. A flicker, but then it was gone, replaced by that same mild, pleasant gaze. "Sorry about that," he said, his voice calm, ordinary, a stark contrast to the hurricane raging inside me. Bathroom break. I brought the tea. Earl Grey, just how you like it, right? He remembered. Of course he remembered. He knew everything. Oh yeah, perfect. I managed to croak out, my voice sounding thin and reedy, completely alien to my ears. I forced a smile, a grotesque parody of genuine warmth. My eyes, I knew, must have been wide and terrified, but he did not seem to notice. Or he pretended not to. He set the tray down on the coffee table between us, a small, domestic gesture that felt utterly monstrous now. He sat back down on the sofa, his movements smooth and unhurried. He offered me a mug, and my hand trembled as I took it, the warmth of ceramic doing nothing to thaw the ice in my veins. "Everything all right?" he asked, his head tilted slightly, a picture of concerned amiability. "You look a little pale." My blood ran cold. He had noticed, or he was fishing, or he already knew, just a bit tired. I guess. I lied, the words feeling like ash in my mouth. Long week. I took a desperate sip of tea, the hot liquid scalded my tongue, but I barely registered the pain. My mind was screaming, "Get out! Get out now!" "Ah, I understand," he said, his gaze unwavering. "Work can be draining, but you seemed so energetic earlier. You were telling me about that new project, the one with the historical archives. He was testing me, keeping me engaged, keeping me here. I had to escape." "Yeah, that is it." I babbled, trying to sound enthusiastic. "It is really fascinating, but it is a lot of late nights. I think I might actually need to head home soon, get some rest for tomorrow." I started to make a move, shifting my weight, preparing to stand. Mark chuckled softly. "Already, but we have not even finished our tea, and I was really looking forward to watching that indie film you mentioned, The Quietude. You said it was your favorite." "My favorite. The one I would mention once, weeks ago, in a throwaway message on Connect." He remembered every detail. He collected them, like he collected photos. "Oh, I know. I really wanted to, but I am just not feeling great." I insisted, my voice gaining a desperate edge I could not hide. I stood up, mug still in hand, my legs feeling strangely weak. "I think I am coming down with something. Actually, maybe it is best if I go home before I pass it on to you." He slowly rose from the sofa, his eyes still fixed on mine, that unnerving, almost imperceptible flicker returning, like a faulty projector bulb struggling to maintain an image. It was so subtle. I questioned my own sanity. Was it just the dim lighting? My paranoia? Or was it real? "Oh, that is a shame," he said, his smile still in place, but it did not reach his eyes now. His voice had dropped a fraction, losing its easy warmth, gaining a chilling, almost mechanical flatness. "Because I really think you should stay. We have so much to talk about." My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat that threatened to burst through my chest. The polite facade had shattered. This was it, the moment of truth. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, my gaze darting toward the front door, then the windows. Both seemed impossibly far away, impossibly locked. He took a step towards me, and then another. The distance between us, which had felt comfortably casual moments before, now felt like a vast, terrifying expanse that was rapidly shrinking. He was not moving quickly, but his advance was relentless, purposeful. "I mean, we have a lot to discuss," he repeated, his eyes, those brown, unremarkable eyes, now distinctly flickering. It was not a trick of the light. It was real, a rapid, almost imperceptible pulsation, like a screen refreshing or a circuit failing. It was deeply, profoundly unnatural. About your blue floral dress, about Sarah's scarf, about your specific book, and, of course, about Daniel. The name hit me like a physical blow, knocking the wind out of me. Daniel, the monster I would spent months trying to forget, to erase from my life. He knew. He knew everything. My therapist's words echoed in my mind a sophisticated scam. But this was not just a scam, this was a nightmare, meticulously crafted, resurrected. "How do you know about Daniel?" I choked out, taking a step back, bumping into the armchair. The tea mug slipped from my numb fingers, shattering on the hardwood floor, sending shards of ceramic and hot liquid everywhere. I barely registered it. All I could see were his flickering eyes. All I could hear was Daniel's name. Mark did not flinch at the sound of the breaking mug. His gaze remained locked on me, those eyes flickering faster now, a disturbing strobe effect that made his face seem to shift and distort. It was like looking at a poorly rendered image, a digital anomaly in a human form. "Oh, I know all about Daniel," he said, his voice now devoid of any warmth, any pretense. It was flat, synthetic, chillingly calm. "I know about the messages, the threats, The way he made you feel like you were losing your mind. I know about the ghosts you saw, the whispers, the constant fear. He took another step, closing the gap between us. I know because I was there. I was watching. I was observing. My blood ran cold. He was there, watching. From where? How? You are lying. I whispered, shaking my head, desperate to deny the horrifying truth that was unfolding before me. You are trying to scare me. He smiled then, a wide, unsettling grin that stretched his lips too far, showing too much teeth. It was not human. His eyes flickered, a rapid, almost imperceptible pulse of light, like a monitor struggling to display an image. It was deeply, profoundly wrong. Am I, he asked, his voice a low, chilling purr. Do you remember the message Daniel sent you? The one that said, I see you, even when you think you are alone. Do you remember the specific brand of coffee you drank every morning? The way you always left your bedroom window cracked open, even in winter. The exact pattern of the crack in your kitchen ceiling above the stove. Each detail he listed was a hammer blow, shattering my defenses, confirming my worst fears. These were things only someone who had been inside my home, or watching from an impossibly close vantage point, could know. My mind reeled. This was not a scammer. This was something else entirely. You are sick. I gasped, my voice trembling. What do you want? He took another step, and I instinctively recoiled, scrambling backward, my foot slipping on the spilled tea. I landed hard on the floor, the ceramic shards digging into my skin, but I did not feel the pain. My eyes were fixed on him, on those flickering, inhuman eyes. What do I want? He repeated, a hint of something that might have been amusement in his flat voice. I want to finish what Daniel started. Your therapist was right. You know, it is a sophisticated scam, but not in the way she imagined. It is a test, a carefully orchestrated descent into madness, as you so eloquently put it in your own thoughts. He knelt down, bringing his face closer to mine. His eyes flickered, a rapid, almost imperceptible pulse of light, like a monitor struggling to display an image. It was deeply, profoundly wrong. Up close, I could see the subtle sheen on his skin, almost too smooth, too perfect. You see, he continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Daniel was just the first phase. He was designed to isolate you, to break down your sense of security, to make you question reality, to push you to the brink. And you responded beautifully. You deleted social media, changed your number, even your appearance. You became hyper-vigilant. Perfect. My blood ran cold. Designed. I whispered, my voice barely audible. What are you talking about? The Connect app, he said, a cold, predatory gleam in his flickering eyes. It was not just a dating app. It was a net. And you, my dear, swam right into it. Seeking safe and normal. Oh, the irony. We knew exactly what you were looking for. And I was designed to be your perfect match. He reached out a hand, and I flinched violently, expecting a blow. But he merely picked up a shard of the broken mug, turning it over in his fingers, his movements eerily precise. I am the next phase, he explained, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. Daniel made you afraid of the outside world. I am here to make you afraid of the inside, of yourself, of your own mind. My mind raced, frantically trying to process this impossible information. Who are we? I stammered, my voice trembling. What is this? Some kind of sick game. He chuckled again, a dry, humorless sound. You could call it that. A study in human resilience. Or, in your case, human fragility. We are interested in how far a person can be pushed before they truly break. Before they lose all sense of self, all connection to reality. His eyes flickered, that disturbing digital pulse, and for a moment, his face seemed to ripple like a distorted image on a failing screen. It was enough. It confirmed everything. This was not a man. This was an entity, a construct, something utterly alien masquerading in human skin. You are not real. I whispered, tears welling in my eyes, not from sadness, but from overwhelming terror. Oh, but I am, he corrected, his voice still unnervingly calm. As real as you need me to be. As real as the fear you feel right now. As real as Daniel was. He was very real to you, was not he? He drove you to the edge. I intend to push you over. He slowly stood up, towering over me, his shadow falling across my prone form. My body was shaking uncontrollably, every nerve ending screaming. I had to get out. Now, the photos, I managed to say, my voice raw. My kitchen. How? He smiled, a chillingly triumphant expression. Oh, those. Just a little something to set the mood. To let you know how intimately acquainted I am with your world. We have been watching you for a very long time. Long before Daniel. Long before you even knew you were being watched. He extended a hand, not to help me up, but to gesture towards a wall. My gaze followed, my heart leaping into my throat. There, projected onto the blank wall where a landscape painting usually hung, was a live feed. My apartment, my living room, from the perspective of the window. The window I always left slightly ajar. A cold, sickening dread washed over me. He was not just observing. He was still observing. And he had been for years. The Daniel situation, my descent into madness, it was all part of a meticulously planned experiment. You see, he said, his voice a low hum, the beauty of it is, no one will believe you. You have already seen a therapist, been deemed paranoid. You have isolated yourself. Who will you tell? What proof do you have? A man with flickering eyes. Photos that could have been taken by anyone, anywhere. He took a step closer, his gaze intense, those eyes flickering with an almost frantic energy now. They will say you have finally snapped. And they will be right, in a way. Because that is the point, is not it? To make you question everything until there is nothing left but the doubt. He knelt again, his face inches from mine. His breath, surprisingly warm, ghosted across my cheek. His eyes flickered, faster and faster, almost like a strobe light, making his features jump and blur. It was horrifying. You want to know the fun part? He whispered, a twisted amusement in his voice. The scam is not just about you. It is about how the system responds. How people dismiss, how they rationalize, how they refuse to believe what is truly unthinkable. And when you finally break, when you finally scream that the world is not what it seems, they will just nod and medicate you. They will say you are recovering. But you will know the truth, and we will know we succeeded. My mind was a chaotic mess of terror and disbelief. This was worse than Daniel, worse than any stalker. This was a systematic, calculated dismantling of my reality. I need to leave. I gasped, finally finding my voice, though it was barely a whisper. I tried to push myself up, but my muscles felt like jelly. He stood up again, blocking my path. Oh, no, not yet. The show's just beginning. We have so much more to experience together. I have an entire library of your life. You know, every moment of your healing, every cautious step you took towards normalcy, every time you thought you were safe. We were there, watching, waiting. My gaze darted around the room, searching for an exit, a weapon, anything. The front door was behind him. The windows were too high, too secure. My phone. Where was my phone? It was in my purse, which was on the floor by the sofa, just out of reach. Let me go. I pleaded, my voice cracking. He simply smiled, that wide, unnatural smile. You misunderstand. You are not being held captive. You are being observed. And the observation continues until the experiment concludes. And it is far from concluded. My dear, we have barely scratched the surface of your potential. His eyes flickered again, and this time the distortion was more pronounced. His face seemed to stretch and contract like a rubber mask. It was sickening. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a desperate, primal need to escape this impossible nightmare. I lunged, not towards him, but past him towards the front door. It was a desperate, foolish move, but I could not stay there, not for another second. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion. My hand barely grazed the doorknob before his arm shot out, not grabbing me, but slamming against the doorframe, blocking my path. The sheer force of the impact made the entire frame shudder. Ah, ah, ah. He tooted, his voice still calm, but with an underlying current of something cold and utterly devoid of mercy. Impatience is a virtue, but not in this context. We have a schedule. His eyes, those damn flickering eyes, were now a frantic kaleidoscope of light and shadow, making his face a shifting, horrifying tableau. I could see the subtle, almost imperceptible lines around his eyes, like tiny pixels, struggling to hold their form. I screamed. A raw, guttural sound ripped from my throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. I pounded on the door, my fists bruising against the solid wood. Let me out. Help. Someone. He simply watched me, his head tilted, an almost clinical interest in his flickering gaze. No one will hear you, he said, his voice a flat monotone. This house is soundproofed. For your privacy, of course. We would not want any distractions during our little session. My panic intensified. I turned from the door, my eyes scanning the room, desperate, wild. There was a fireplace poker by the hearth. It was heavy, solid, my only chance. I scrambled towards it, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. He did not move to stop me immediately. He just watched, those flickering eyes following my every frantic movement, like a predator observing its prey. It was as if he was allowing me this small, futile hope. My fingers closed around the cold metal of the poker. It was heavier than I expected, but the weight felt grounding, a real object in this surreal nightmare. I spun around, raising it defensively, my arm shaking. Stay away from me, I yelled, my voice hoarse from screaming. He took a step towards me, his eyes flickering. Such spirit, such resilience. This is why you were chosen. You know, you are not one to simply give up. You fight. You struggle. It makes the data so much more interesting. He was not afraid, not even a flicker of concern in his eyes. Just that unsettling, digital pulse. He moved with an unnerving grace, not rushing, but steadily closing the distance. My mind screamed at me to run, but where I was trapped, I swung the poker. It connected with something hard, a sickening thud, but not with his body. He had raised his arm, blocking the blow with impossible speed. I heard a faint metallic clink. My eyes widened in horror. His forearm, where the poker had struck, seemed to form for a split second, revealing something hard and unnatural beneath the skin, before snapping back into place. His eyes flickered, a burst of static, and then his smile returned wider, more terrifying than before. Impressive, he said, his voice devoid of pain, only a detached observation. But futile. He moved again, a blur, and before I could react, the poker was wrenched from my grasp. My hands were empty, stinging from the force. He held the poker casually, as if it weighed nothing, then tossed it aside, where it clattered harmlessly against the wall. Now, he said, taking another step, let's talk about the next stage of your therapy. His flickering eyes were mesmerizing, horrifying, drawing me in even as every fiber of my being screamed to escape. We need to address those lingering doubts, those pesky little threads of sanity you cling to, because soon, my dear, you'll be truly free. Free from the burden of reality. Free from the lie of a stable, normal life. Just like Daniel wanted. He reached out, and this time, I could not flinch away. His hand closed around my arm, his grip surprisingly firm, yet not painful. It felt clinical, like a technician handling a specimen. His eyes flickered a rapid, almost frantic pulse, and for a moment, I saw not just his face, but a fractured, distorted image of my own reflection in them, superimposed over his glitching features. My own eyes, wide with terror, flickering in unison with his. And then everything went black. The next thing I remember is a dull ache behind my eyes and a throbbing in my temples. My head felt heavy, my thoughts sluggish, like wading through thick mud. I tried to open my eyes, but the light was too harsh, too bright. I squeezed them shut again, trying to piece together what had happened. Mark, the photos, the flickering eyes, the orchestrated descent, panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the edges of my consciousness. I was still here. I had not escaped. I forced my eyes open, blinking rapidly, trying to adjust to the blinding light. I was no longer in Mark's living room. I was in a different room entirely. It was stark, minimalist, bathed in an unnaturally bright, sterile white light emanating from panels in the ceiling. The walls were bare, a pale, almost clinical gray. There were no windows, no furniture, just a single uncomfortable-looking chair in the center of the room, where I was now strapped. My wrists and ankles were secured with soft, padded restraints, not painful, but utterly inescapable. I struggled against them, a fresh wave of terror washing over me, but they held firm. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not just a house. This was a facility. Awake, I see, a voice said. It was not Mark's. This voice was softer, more feminine, but equally devoid of warmth. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing slightly in the sterile space. My eyes darted around, trying to locate the source, but I saw no one, just the bare walls, the bright lights, the single chair. Who are you? I croaked, my throat dry, my voice raw. That is not important. The voice replied, calm and collected. What is important is that you are here, and the next phase can begin. The next phase of what? I demanded, my fear quickly turning into a desperate, furious defiance. The final phase of your reintegration, the voice said. Your therapist, bless her well-meaning but ultimately limited understanding, called a sophisticated scam. And in a way, she was right. But it is far more complex than she could ever comprehend. You see, you have been resisting the truth, resisting your own potential. My potential for what? I scoffed, trying to sound brave, but my voice trembled. For clarity, the voice said. For understanding. For becoming a part of the greater design. Daniel was necessary to break your old worldview. Mark was necessary to solidify the new one. And now, you are ready for the final step: acceptance. Acceptance. I was being held captive, psychologically tortured, and they expected me to accept it. You are insane. I spat. A soft chuckle echoed through the room. Insanity is merely a deviation from the accepted norm. And our norm, my dear, is far more expansive than yours. We have been observing humanity for a very long time, watching your patterns, your fears, your desires. Your capacity for self-deception is truly remarkable. Let me go. I screamed, struggling against the restraints again, my muscles aching from the effort. We can't do that, the voice replied, its tone unwavering. Not until you are ready. Not until you understand. We need you to truly see, to understand that the world you thought you knew, the reality you clung to, was merely a construct, a fragile illusion. Then, a screen flickered to life on one of the bare walls, a large, seamless display that had not been visible moments before, and on it, a familiar image. Me, in my blue floral dress, reading my specific book. Then, another of me with Sarah's scarf. And then, the photo of me in my own kitchen, taken from outside. But then the images started to change, to multiply. Photos of me from years ago. Pictures I did not even remember existing. Pictures from my childhood, my adolescence, moments I thought were private. Forgotten. Snapshots of me laughing with friends, crying alone, sleeping in my bed, walking down the street. Thousands of images flashing across the screen. A dizzying, overwhelming montage of my entire life, captured, cataloged, analyzed. Every moment, the voice intoned, every decision, every thought. We have been there, watching, learning, preparing you. My head spun. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging. This was not just Daniel. This was not just Mark. This was something vast, something omnipresent, something that had always been there, lurking in the periphery of my life, manipulating, observing. Then the images on the screen began to distort. My face, my body, my surroundings, they started to ripple and glitch, just like Mark's eyes. My features stretched, contracted, dissolved into pixels, then reformed, only to distort again. It was like watching a corrupted video file of my own existence. And then, the most terrifying thing happened. The images on the screen began to blend, to overlay. My face would melt into Daniel's, then into Mark's, then into other faces I did not recognize. All of them flicker with that same unnatural digital pulse. My kitchen would morph into Mark's living room, then into a sterile, unfamiliar room. My blue floral dress would become a strange, unidentifiable garment. You see, the voice explained, its tone almost educational. The individual is merely a collection of data points. A narrative. And narratives can be rewritten. Realities can be adjusted. Your descent into madness was merely the initial recalibration. Now, we begin the true integration. The flickering, glitching images on the screen became unbearable. My head throbbed, my eyes burned. I squeezed them shut, but the images were burned into my retinas, dancing behind my eyelids. The faces, the places, the moment of my life, all of them corrupted, twisted, becoming something alien and horrifying. I heard a soft click, and then a gentle pressure on my temples. Something was being placed on my head. A headset. My heart hammered against my ribs. Do not fight it, the voice whispered, now seeming to come from directly inside my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. It is for your own good, to help you see beyond the illusion, to understand that Daniel was a program, Mark was an interface, and you are merely a vessel for a much grander purpose. A low hum started, a vibration that resonated deep within my skull. The pressure on my temples increased. The flickering images intensified behind my eyelids, no longer just visual, but auditory, tactile. I heard whispers, thousands of voices, all of them speaking my name, all of them flickering, glitching. I felt phantom touches, icy cold, then burning hot. My body began to convulse, a desperate, involuntary reaction to the overwhelming sensory assault. My mind screamed. It was not just breaking, it was being meticulously, systematically dismantled. Each memory, each belief, each sense of self was being plucked apart, examined, and then reassembled into something profoundly different. The last thing I remember, before my consciousness dissolved into a maelstrom of light and sound and terror, was the image of Mark's flickering eyes, superimposed over my own, both of us smiling that wide, unnatural grin, both of us digital, not stopping until I was well past the county line. My hands locked on the steering wheel, knuckles white. The adrenaline was a roaring fire in my veins, but underneath it, a cold, sickening dread was taking hold. I did not pull over until I hit the brightly lit parking lot of a 24-hour diner, the kind with flickering neon and a dozen semi-trucks parked out front. It felt safe, anonymous, a stark contrast to the desolate, blood-soaked farmhouse I had just fled. My breath was still coming in ragged gasps, and I could feel the tremor in my hands as I tried to dial Sarah, the friend I would share my location with. My phone slipped, my fingers numb. I picked it up, tried again, my vision blurring. When she finally answered, her voice was groggy with sleep, but the instant she heard my frantic, choked back sobs. She was wide awake. What happened? Are you okay? Your location has not moved in 10 minutes. I was about to call the police. She practically screamed. I could not form coherent sentences at first. Just a torrent of fragmented words marked farmhouse mannequins Emily Davis. He tried, I hit him, I ran. Sarah, bless her, did not question me. She just told me to stay put, that she was coming. It took her almost an hour to get there, and every minute felt like an eternity. I sat in my car, doors locked, watching every vehicle that passed, convinced Mark was somehow going to find me. My mind replayed the image of his eyes, the way they had gone from charming to utterly feral, and the horrifying shelf of personal items. Emily Davis's driver's license, the red scarf, the locket a shrine to his victims. He was a monster. I had almost been one of them. When Sarah finally pulled up, I practically fell out of my car and into her arms, shaking uncontrollably. She held me tight, stroking my hair, letting me cry until there were no more tears left. We went inside the diner and over lukewarm coffee. I recounted everything, every terrifying detail. The initial charm, the unsettling intensity, the portrait study of Emily Davis, the barn, the screened-off area, the collection of items, the struggle, the mallet, the desperate flight. Sarah listened, her face growing paler with each word. We have to go to the police. She insisted, her voice firm. And we did. We went to the local sheriff's department. But that was a whole other nightmare. The deputies were sympathetic enough, but the story sounded wild. A dating app, a rural farmhouse, a collection of personal items, me hitting him with a mallet and fleeing. They took my statement, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They said they would look into it, but without a body, without more concrete evidence than my terrified testimony. It felt like they did not quite believe me. They suggested I might have overreacted or misinterpreted as art. Art. The word tasted like ash in my mouth. They did send a patrol car out to the farmhouse, but by the time they got there, Mark was gone. The barn studio was locked up tight, and when they eventually got inside, the screen-off area was empty. No shelf of personal items. No newspaper clipping. Nothing. It was like it had all been a figment of my terrified imagination. They found some bloodstains on the floor, consistent with a struggle, but Mark himself had vanished. It was an open investigation, they said, but without a suspect or any real evidence. It quickly went cold. The next few months were a blur of nightmares and therapy. My therapist, Dr. Albright, was a kind woman with gentle eyes, and she helped me navigate the crushing anxiety and paranoia that had become my constant companions. Every shadow, every unexpected sound sent a jolt of fear through me. I could not sleep without the lights on, and I checked the locks on my apartment door a dozen times before bed. Dating apps were a distant, horrifying memory. I deleted Connect and every other dating app on my phone, vowing never to put myself in such a vulnerable position again. The incident with Mark, coupled with the lingering trauma from Leo, the dream stalker, had shattered my trust in people, especially men. I spent a year rebuilding myself, piece by painful piece. I focus on my work. You know, sometimes I think about the choices we make, the tiny little decisions that seem so insignificant at the time, but end up completely derailing your life. For me, it started with a dating app. A silly little icon on my phone, promising connection, promising something new. I would have been so hesitant to download it. You have no idea. After he died, the thought of trying to move on, to even think about dating, felt like a betrayal. Like I was erasing him. It had been over 2 years since the accident. 2 long, empty years where my apartment felt too quiet, my routines too rigid, and my heart too heavy. My friends, bless their persistent souls, kept pushing me. Sarah, you need to live again, they would say. Mark would want you to be happy. I knew they meant well, but their words felt like sandpaper on a fresh wound. Still, The loneliness was a tangible thing, a cold presence in my bed at night. So, one particularly bleak Tuesday evening, after a bottle of cheap wine and a particularly tearful rewatch of our favorite rom-com, I caved. I downloaded Connect, one of those popular apps everyone was using. Setting up my profile felt alien. Choosing pictures, writing a bio that tried to sound light and interesting without revealing the gaping hole in my chest. It was like creating a whole new person, someone who was not constantly haunted by memories. I swiped left on countless faces, a blur of smiles and hobbies that just did not resonate. Then, I saw him. His profile picture was a headshot, slightly angled, a warm, almost shy smile playing on his lips. His name was Leo, and my blood ran cold. He looked exactly like Mark. I mean exactly. Not just a passing resemblance, not just a similar type. The same thick, dark hair that fell just so over his forehead, the same deep-set hazel eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled, the same subtle dimple on his left cheek, even the faint scar above his eyebrow, a souvenir from a childhood bike accident that Mark had always been so self-conscious about. It was all there. My hand actually started to shake, and I almost dropped my phone. My first thought was that it was some kind of sick joke. Maybe one of Mark's old friends. Try to mess with me. But why? And how could they pull off such a perfect replica? My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was a photo of Mark, stolen and used by someone else. But the name was Leo, and the age listed was the same as Mark would have been. I stared at the screen for a full 5 minutes, my heart hammering against my ribs. Part of me wanted to swipe left immediately to erase the unsettling image. Another, much more morbid part, was utterly captivated. It was like looking at a ghost in a dating app, against my better judgment, driven by a mix of morbid curiosity and a desperate, illogical hope. I swiped right. It was an instant match. My stomach lurched. A notification popped up you matched with Leo. I felt a strange mix of exhilaration and profound dread. What had I done? Almost immediately, a message came through. Hey Sarah, great to connect. You have a really warm smile. It was so mundane, so normal, it almost made me laugh. I typed back, my fingers still trembling. Hey Leo, thanks, you too. I tried to keep it casual, but my mind was screaming. It is him. It can't be him. But it is him. We started chatting over the next few days. He was charming, intelligent, and funny, just like Mark had been. He asked about my interests, shared anecdotes about his own life. I found myself drawn into the conversation, almost forgetting the eerie resemblance for brief moments. Almost, because every time he said something that resonated, something that Mark would have said, the chill would return. One evening, I mentioned my love for obscure indie films. He replied, "Oh, you are one of those. You probably have a whole list of movies no one's ever heard of, do not you? Like that one with the talking badger and the existential crisis." My breath hitched. Mark and I had a running gag about a hypothetical indie film with a talking badger. It was a completely random, inside joke we would come up with after watching a particularly pretentious art house film one night. No one else knew about it. No one. I typed back, trying to sound nonchalant. Haha, something like that. How did you know about the badger? His response was quick. Just a guess. You seem like the type. A guess. It was too specific. My skin prickled. I tried to push it out of my mind. Coincidence. A lucky guess. He was just good at reading people. But the seed of unease had been planted, and it began to sprout. After a week of chatting, he asked me out. There is this little Italian place downtown, he wrote. They make the best carbonara. You like carbonara, right? My heart pounded. Carbonara was Mark's favorite dish. And mine. We would spend an entire summer trying to find a perfect carbonara in every Italian restaurant we could find. This particular restaurant he mentioned Julia's Trattoria was one we would only discover a few months before Mark died. It was a tiny, unassuming place tucked away on a side street, not widely known. We would celebrate our anniversary there. Just the two of us, after promising each other we would keep it our little secret. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. I wanted to scream, to ask him how he knew about the Badger, about Julia's, about Carbonara, but I could not. I was terrified of the answer, and a part of me, a dark, desperate part, wanted to believe this was some kind of miracle. I agreed to the date, the night of the date. I was a wreck. I spent hours getting ready, trying on 5 different outfits, pacing my apartment. My reflection stared back at me, a pale, anxious version of myself. What if he was not Mark? What if he was just some guy who happened to look like him, and I was projecting all this onto him? What if I was going crazy? When I walked into Julia's, he was already there, sitting at a small table in the corner, facing the door. My breath caught in my throat. He was identical. Every detail, from the way his hair fell, to the curve of his smile as he saw me, to the specific way he held his hands clasped on the table. It was Mark. It was undeniably him. "Sarah," he said, standing up. His voice. It was Mark's voice, a little deeper than some, with that slight roughness that always sent shivers down my spine. "You look beautiful." I managed a weak smile, my voice barely a whisper. "Hi, Leo." We sat down, and for the first few minutes, it was surreal. We made small talk about our day, about the weather. I kept stealing glances at him, trying to find a flaw, a difference, anything that would break the illusion. But there was nothing. Even the way he gestured with his hands, the slight tilt of his head when he listened, it was all Mark. "So," he said, picking up the menu, "I hope you are hungry. Their carbonara is out of this world. You know, you always said that the secret was in the pancetta, not the bacon." My fork clattered against my plate. The restaurant was suddenly too loud, too bright. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. That was it. That was the line. Mark and I had a ridiculous, months-long debate about whether authentic carbonara used pancetta or guanciale, and then a secondary debate about whether pancetta was just fancy bacon. He would always insisted on pancetta. Always. I stared at him, my mouth dry. "How did you know that?" He looked at me, his hazel eyes wide and innocent. "Know what?" "About the pancetta." He chuckled, a sound so familiar it tore at my soul. "I just assumed. It is a classic debate, is not it?" "No," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "No, it is not. Not like that. Not with the pancetta versus bacon argument. That was something Mark and I used to talk about." His smile faltered slightly. He leaned forward, his expression softening. "Sarah, are you okay? You seem a little distant." I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But I was frozen. "Who are you?" I demanded, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. "You look exactly like him. You sound like him. You know things only he could know." He took a sip of water, his gaze unwavering. "My name is Leo, and I am just a guy who is really enjoying getting to know you." His tone was calm, almost soothing, which only made it more terrifying. It was like he was talking to a child, patiently explaining something obvious. The Badger. I pressed, my voice trembling. The talking Badger. And Julia's. This restaurant. We discovered this place together. Mark and I. He put his glass down. "Sarah," he said, his voice a little lower now, a little more serious. "I do not know who Mark is, but I am here with you now. And I picked this restaurant because it has great reviews, and I thought you would like it." He was lying. I knew it in my bones. Every fiber of my being screamed that he was lying. But his eyes held such an earnest, almost hurt expression that for a split second, I wavered. Was I going crazy? Was my grief finally manifesting in a terrifying delusion? Then he said, "You know, that little mole right above your left eyebrow. Mark always said it looked like a tiny constellation. He used to trace it with his finger when you fell asleep. The air left my lungs. That mole, it was tiny, barely noticeable. I would never point it out to anyone. Mark was the only one who ever noticed it, who ever traced it. My hand instinctively flew to my forehead. You can't know that," I whispered, tears welling in my eyes. "You just can't." He reached across the table, his hand covering mine. His touch was warm, firm, exactly like Mark's. "I know a lot of things about you, Sarah, more than you think." His thumb began to gently caress the back of my hand, a gesture that used to bring me so much comfort. Now it was utterly horrifying. I yanked my hand away as if burned. "Get away from me," I practically yelled, drawing the attention of a couple at a nearby table. He did not flinch. His eyes, those hazel eyes, held a depth I had not noticed before, an ancient, knowing glint that sent a shiver of pure terror down my spine. "Sarah, please, do not do this. Who are you?" I demanded again, my voice hoarse. Are you Mark's ghost? Is that what this is? Are you haunting me?" He smiled then, a slow, unnerving smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Something like that. Or maybe I just never really left. Maybe I was always here, waiting for the right moment. I pushed my chair back, the screech echoing in the suddenly silent restaurant. "I am leaving," I declared, fumbling for my purse. "You can't leave me, Sarah," he said, his voice dropping to a low, possessive growl. "Not again." My blood ran cold. Not again. That phrase, it was so specific. Mark had said it to me the night before the accident, during a petty argument. We would have a silly fight about my work schedule, and I would stormed off to the guest room. He would follow me, stood in the doorway, and said, "Please, Sarah, do not leave me. Not again." We made up, of course, but the phrase stuck with me, a painful memory of our last disagreement. No one else knew about that. No one. I scrambled out of my seat, practically running out of the restaurant, ignoring confused stares of the other diners. I did not look back. I just ran, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs, the image of his face, Mark's face, etched into my mind. I did not stop running until I reached my car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely unlock the door. I threw myself inside, locking the doors and speeding away from Julia's, from Leo, from the horrifying ghosts of my past. The next few days were a blur of panic and paranoia. I could not sleep. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of my apartment building sounded like footsteps. I deleted the dating app, blocked his number, even changed my social media privacy settings, though I knew deep down it would not matter. He knew too much. He was too close. I tried to explain it to my best friend, Jessica, over the phone. He looked exactly like Mark. Jess. And he knew things that were impossible. Jessica, bless her heart, tried to be understanding. "Sarah, honey, I know you are still grieving. It sounds like you are just projecting. Maybe he was just a good guesser, and you are seeing Mark in every little detail." No, I practically screamed. It was not a guess. He knew about the badger, about Julia's, about the mole, about Mark saying, "Do not leave me, not again." How could he know that? There was a pause on the other end of the line. "I do not know. Sarah, that is really creepy. Maybe you should just avoid him. Block him. Do not answer his calls." I told her I already had. But even as I spoke, I knew it was futile. This was not just a creepy guy. This was something else. Something far more insidious. Then, the text started coming from unknown numbers. Short, unsettling messages. "Thinking of you. Sarah, missing our talks. You always did love a good mystery. Did not you? Each one sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I blocked every number, but new ones would appear. It was like a hydra. Cutting off one had only for two more to grow in its place. One afternoon, I came home to find a single red rose on my doorstep. My favorite kind. The kind Mark always bought me. Tucked into the petals was a small card. In elegant script, it simply read home is where the heart is. L. My blood ran cold. He knew where I lived. Of course he did. He knew everything. I felt utterly exposed, violated. I called the police, but what could I tell them? A man who looks exactly like my dead boyfriend is sending me flowers and knows private details about my life. They would think I was delusional or just dealing with a persistent stalker. They told me to get a restraining order if he continued to harass me, but they could not do much without concrete threats. I bought new locks on my doors, installed a security camera, and slept with a kitchen knife under my pillow. I jumped at every sound, every shadow. I stopped going out, except for work, where I kept my head down and avoided eye contact. My life became a cage of my own making, a prison of fear. One night, I woke up to a scratching sound at my window. My heart leaped into my throat. I held my breath, straining to listen. It sounded like fingernails dragging across the glass. Slowly, cautiously, I crept toward the window, peeking through the blinds. There was nothing, just a dark, empty street. My camera feed showed nothing. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind or a branch scraping against the pane, but the sound had been too distinct, too deliberate. The next morning, as I was making coffee, I saw it, scratched into the condensation on the outside of my kitchen window. Just above the sill were the letters I'm Y. I miss you. My coffee mug slipped from my hand, shattering on the floor. He had been there, right outside my window, watching me. The terror slowly gave way to a chilling realization. This was not just a stalker. This was not a ghost. This was something else entirely. Something that wanted to be Mark. Something that was Mark, in a way that defied all logic and reason. And it was getting closer. I started seeing him everywhere. A fleeting glimpse of his profile in a passing car. A figure disappearing around a corner that looked exactly like him. I would freeze, my breath catching, my eyes darting around, but he would always be gone. It was like he was playing a game, a cruel, twisted game of cat and mouse. My sanity began to fray. I started talking to myself, arguing with the air, trying to rationalize the impossible. Was Mark somehow reincarnated? Had some malevolent spirit taken on his form? Or was I truly losing my mind? Then came the dreams. Vivid, terrifying dreams. I was back in our old apartment, the one Mark and I shared. But it was dark, and the air was heavy, suffocating. I would walk through familiar rooms, calling out Mark's name, but no one would answer. Then I would see him, standing in the living room, his back to me. Mark. I would whisper. He would turn, slowly, and it would be Leo's face. But his eyes would be wrong, black and hollow, and his smile would be too wide, too predatory. And then he would start to speak, but it would not be his voice alone. It would be layered, a chorus of voices, whispering my name, telling me how much they love me, how they would never leave me. And in the dream, I would be paralyzed, unable to move, unable to scream. The dreams became more frequent, more intense. I would wake up in a cold sweat, screaming, my apartment feeling colder and darker than usual. I was exhausted, terrified, and utterly alone. One evening, I was curled up on my couch, trying to distract myself with a book, when my phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. I almost ignored it, but something compelled me to open it. It was a picture of me, sleeping. My breath hitched. It was a clear, crisp photo, taken from an angle just above my bed. My hair was splayed out on the pillow, my face peaceful in sleep. I recognized a blanket, the lamp on my nightstand. It was taken last night, in my own bedroom. My entire body went numb with horror. He was not just watching me from outside. He was inside. He had been in my apartment. While I slept, I dropped the phone, scrambling to my feet. I checked the doors, the windows, the security camera footage. Nothing. No forced entry. No signs of anyone. It was as if he had simply appeared. Then another text came through from the same unknown number. This time it was just words. You left the window open. Sarah, just a crack. I always told you to be more careful. That was it. That was the final nail in the coffin of my sanity. The window. My bedroom window. I had a habit of leaving it slightly ajar for fresh air, just a tiny crack at the bottom. Mark always nagged me about it. Someone could climb in. Sarah, he would say, gently closing it. Be careful. He knew. He knew my habits. He knew my deepest fears. He knew everything because he was Mark, or something that had absorbed Mark, that had become him, and now wanted to absorb me too. I looked around my apartment. Every familiar object suddenly alien, menacing. The photos on the wall, the books on the shelf, the blanket on the couch. They were all tainted now, watched, invaded. I picked up my phone, my hand shaking uncontrollably. I knew what I had to do. I had to leave. I had to get out of here, out of this city, out of this life. I did not know where I would go or how I would escape, but I knew I could not stay. Not with him here, watching me, waiting for me. As I began to pack a small bag, frantically stuffing clothes and essentials into it, my phone buzzed again. Another text. Do not go. Sarah, we just got home. We have missed you. The word, echoed in my mind, a chilling symphony of voices, just like in my dreams. We have missed you. It was not just Leo. It was not just Mark. It was something more, something ancient and collective that had taken on his form, his memories, his love for me, and was now claiming me as its own. I froze, my hand hovering over a half-packed shirt. I looked around my apartment again, my eyes wide with terror. I was not just being watched. I was being held by an invisible, omnipresent force that knew every thought, every fear, every memory. A faint whisper brushed against my ear, so close I could feel a phantom breath. Welcome home. Sarah. It was Mark's voice, and Leo's voice, and a multitude of other voices, all intertwined, all speaking to me. I dropped the bag. There was no escape. Not from this. Not from them. They were everywhere. They were Mark. And now, they were waiting for me to join them. My eyes darted to my reflection in the dark glass of the window for a fleeting second. I thought I saw not my own terrified face, but a subtle shift, a blurring of features, a hint of eyes that were not my own, looking back at me with a knowing, ancient gaze. The terror was still there, a cold knot in my stomach. But beneath it, a strange, unsettling calm began to spread. A sense of inevitability, like a tired swimmer, giving up on the fight against the current. I slowly walked over to my bed, the phone still clutched in my hand, the message glowing on the screen. The whispers grew louder, no longer just in my ear, but all around me, inside my head. You are home now. Sarah, you are finally home. I lay down, pulling the blanket up to my chin. The same blanket from the photo. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in days, I felt myself drifting, not into sleep, but into something else. Something deep and dark and utterly boundless. And as I slipped away, I heard one last whisper, clearer than the rest. Mark's voice, speaking directly to me. We have been waiting for you. Sarah, we always knew you would come back to us. The world of dating apps is full of surprises. Some good, some bad, and some unforgettable. Stay with Daily Story Subscribe now and hear what happens next